In ages long past, in the days when the fallen roamed the earth, when wickedness permeated all, a light shone in the darkness. He was Enoch. His name meant consecrated. From his youth, his heart beat with a deep yearning for the divine. In an era plagued by shadows, God set his gaze upon him, calling him to tread a path few mortal souls have traversed. Enoch, son of Jared, walked day after day beneath skies so clear they seemed infinite. His life was simple. He worked the land, prayed at dawn and dusk, and sought answers in the wind, in the rock, and in the shimmering of the rivers. But within him burned a flame that was not quenched by the passage of time. God spoke to him intimately, as if whispering unfinished secrets. Thus, his ordinary existence transformed into a sacred journey. One day, as he walked through the valley, he felt a tremor in the air. The song of the cherubim arose, and a profound voice, beyond the murmur of the world, spoke to him. Enoch, son of humanity, prepare yourself, for you have been found worthy to ascend beyond the world. You will see the hidden, and you will bear visions that will shake your spirit. Enoch's heart pounded with a mixture of fear and longing. In silence, he accepted the call of the Most High. That night, as he closed his eyes, his spirit was carried beyond the clouds. He found himself suspended in a white, timeless space, before a resplendent throne, clothed in light and ancient oaths. Before him stood an immense figure with wings that spanned the heavens and a face that was contained fire. There he received the first message. The Watchers, angels sent to watch over humanity, had descended and fallen into sin. They took the daughters of men and begot mighty offspring, enormous creatures of immense stature and strength, called the Nephilim men of renown, but also bearers of arrogance and destruction. Enoch's stomach churned at the vision. The most astonishing story ever told doesn't begin with once upon a time, but instead with a powerful statement of origin. In the beginning, from nothing to life, from chaos to design, we embark on a journey that has influenced entire societies and continues to shape our world today. The Old Testament is more than just a religious text. It's a sweeping epic that chronicles humanity's relentless pursuit of purpose. Within its pages, you'll encounter remarkable heroes, formidable adversaries, and pivotal moments where the divine directly intervened in the course of human history. Why was a father willing to offer his only son as a sacrifice? How did a young shepherd defy the mightiest nation on earth? What caused a prosperous kingdom to crumble in a mere 3 generations? From the very dawn of time to a people forced to abandon their homeland, we'll witness how seemingly insignificant actions can trigger monumental consequences. We'll see incredible promises fulfilled in unexpected ways, and how an imperfect nation became the vessel for a message of hope for all mankind. Prepare yourself for a narrative where a garden hints at a lost harmony, where devastating floods usher in new beginnings, and towering structures explain the origins of our diverse languages. A small group in the Middle East becomes the epicenter of a story that continues to challenge our beliefs about the future. This is the extraordinary saga of the Old Testament, a realm where the impossible intertwines with the mundane, where the divine connects with the human, and where ancient events provide context for our present reality. Our adventure commences at the very inception of time, when existence itself was born. The book of Genesis opens with these profound words. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Before that singular instant, only God existed, eternal, without beginning or end. Desolate cities, rivers stained with the blood of pagan sacrifices, villages where acts of undue worship were offered to these beings. The Nephilim ruled with an iron fist, contaminating creation with the stench of sin. How long, Lord? Enoch asked tearfully. Will you tolerate your creatures bleeding in idolatry? The celestial voice replied, softly, yet as strong as thunder. Their time is counted. The day will come when the chains of celestial evil will be broken. But first you must carry these visions to your people. Walk among them. Speak with the wise and with the simple. Warn of the beginning of judgment, but also consolidate hope. There will be one who will come to redeem, and his light will conquer the darkness of those who now rise as giants. The following morning, Enoch awoke, transformed. He carried with him the clear images of the heights and the depths. He understood that his mission would be as firm as the walls of heaven, to reveal the truth, to guide the people amidst the corruption that grew silently, and to testify that judgment would come, but not without the promise of salvation. In another vision, he glimpsed a book of flesh and spirits composed of 24 parts, where the history of the cosmos was recorded, the rebellions, the destinies of the righteous and the wicked, the secrets of the stars, and the paths of the soul. This book would be given to him so that the earth and the heavens might know what until then remained hidden. Thus, Enoch spent his nights in spirit, hearing the songs of the seraphim, and descended each dawn among his people, sharing what God entrusted to him. He was no ordinary prophet. He spoke of the origin of the fallen angels, of the impure lineage that bled, of the divine treasure that awaited those who persevered in the light. Sometimes terrible visions tore him from sleep. With deliberate intention and boundless power, he brought into being everything that surrounds us. The Bible describes the earth in its initial state as formless and empty, with darkness enveloping the abyss as the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. Then, in that profound silence, God spoke, "Let there be light," and according to Genesis, light appeared. God saw that the light was good, and he separated it from the darkness. This inaugural act established a pattern. God speaks, creation responds, and he declares it good. On the second day, he divided the waters, creating a space between them, which we now call the sky, the very air that envelopes our world. On the third day, two significant events occurred. First, God gathered the waters beneath the sky, allowing dry land to emerge. Then, he commanded the earth to produce vegetation. From the outset, life was designed to perpetuate itself through reproduction, with each plant capable of generating its own kind. On the fourth day, God fashioned the sun, moon, and stars to provide light and to serve as markers for time and seasons. On the fifth day, he filled the seas and the skies with living creatures, bestowing upon them the blessing of multiplication. The sixth day commenced with the creation of land animals and reached its pinnacle with the creation of human beings. On the seventh day, God ceased his work, not out of exhaustion, but to establish a pattern for his creation. This pause became the origin of the Sabbath, a special day for rest and connection with the divine. The creation of humankind is described with particular care. Unlike anything created before, human beings were made to reflect the very nature of God. Genesis 1 verses 26 to 27 explains it thus. God said, "Let us make human beings in our image to be like us. They will reign over the fish in the sea, the birds in the sky, the livestock, all the wild animals on the earth, and the small animals that scurry along the ground." He saw celestial watchtowers filled with shadows, infinite prisons where the watchers were bound with chains of darkness, awaiting the day of their condemnation. He saw the earth judged by fire and water, green valleys turned into desolate wastelands. But he also saw comets of mercy piercing the sky, bringing redemption to those who turned their faces to the Most High. Within him, a fire ignited with courage. He decided to raise his voice in the squares, in the mountains, and in the homes. He spoke with authority and tenderness. He recounted the fall, described the judgment, and announced the future kingdom. There were those who called him mad. "What does a man know of infinite heavens?" they said. Others fell silent, fearful, but many perceived the gravity of those words and began to pray, to observe the sky with reverence. The visions also urged him to engage in dialogue with the angels. One night, he opened his spirit to the air of Mount Seir, and a diaphanous being appeared before him, with eyes like stars trembling with grace. The angel bowed and said, "Enoch, your words have been heard. You must continue writing what you see. Describe the paths of the sun, the portals of the moon, the destinies of souls, and the fall of the wicked. You will be given what men have lost, the understanding of the heavens and the signs of the final time." Enoch felt a sweet dizziness. He was about to begin writing the great book that would contain his journeys in heaven and on earth. Conscious that his life would never be that of an ordinary man, as a witness between two worlds, He carried light against the darkness that grew behind the veil of the visible. He closed his eyes, knowing that he would soon write, and his soul filled with obedience and holy trembling. In the days that followed, Enoch's spirit was taken each night beyond the confines of the earth. Each ascent revealed to him things that no human eye had seen. So God created human beings to reflect his own image. In the image of God he created them. Male and female he created them. Here, two vital truths are revealed. First, the phrase, "let us make," suggests a deliberate planning within God's own being. Second, it unequivocally affirms that both man and woman equally reflect the divine image. Therefore, each person possesses inherent value and dignity, as well as unique abilities. Genesis 2 adds further details. It recounts that the Lord God formed the first man from the dust of the ground and then breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, causing the man to become a living soul. This moment depicts a creator personally shaping his masterpiece. Unlike the previous acts that occurred through spoken words, giving life to man involved a direct action, the very breath of God imparting life. Once man existed, God created a special place for him. Genesis 2 verses 8 to 9 tells us that God planted a garden in the eastern region of Eden and placed the man there. This garden was abundant with beauty, resources, and everything necessary for life. Within this space, man received his first purpose. God placed him in the garden to cultivate and care for it. Work was not a punishment, but an integral part of the original plan. Humans were created to participate in meaningful activities and to steward the world around them. Along with this honor came a significant rule: do not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. This singular command, within a world brimming with freedom, granted humans the capacity to make moral choices, a key aspect of their experience. Yet, something was incomplete. Genesis 2 verse 18 explains that God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone." So God decided to create someone who would be a suitable companion. After allowing the man to name all the animals, none proved to be a true partner for him. So God intervened, causing the man to fall into a deep sleep. Celestial structures composed of living fire, books sealed with seals of light, creatures with multiple faces that sang incessantly the sacred names of the Most High. At his side walked angels, silent guides, with wings spread like cloaks of dawn. One night, he was taken to a dark and deep valley, a place untouched by the light of the sun or the moon. There, the fallen watchers remained chained. Upon seeing them, Enoch felt a tremor run through his soul. They were magnificent and broken beings. Their eyes no longer reflected the glory of the Creator, but an emptiness of centuries and an unfulfilled desire. One of them rose, chained by the arms, and his voice was a lament that seemed to pierce the rock. "You, Son of the earth, you who walk between heavens, tell the Most High to look upon us with compassion." Our hearts closed. Yes, but we were not the only ones. Our children wander without purpose, and the earth has become a field of violence. There is no mercy for us. Enoch hesitated, but a fire of justice consumed him. He did not respond. He knew that this plea did not belong to him. He was then taken even further, to a throne where the glory of God dwelt, enveloped in flames that did not burn, but revealed. There the voice spoke again. "Write what you have seen. Write how the watchers taught men sorcery, the art of war, excessive adornment, and the seduction of vain things. Write how their children, the Nephilim, devoured creation, how they oppressed the weak and corrupted the law. Their judgment is already written, but you, Enoch, are the scribe of heaven." It was thus that Enoch began to write the books. Each word was guided, not by ink or pen, but by pure vision. He wrote about the luminaries of the sky and their routes. He explained how the sun and the moon obey the Most High in fixed cycles and how man, by breaking his harmony with creation, falls into darkness. He then took one of his ribs and closed up the place. From that rib, God fashioned a woman and brought her to the man. His reaction revealed how deeply connected he felt to her. He said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man." That moment, expressed in poetic language, illustrates the profound connection and harmony between man and woman. But what was life truly like in that perfect garden before anything went wrong? The Bible offers glimpses of a world filled with peace between people and God, between man and woman, and between humans and nature. Their relationship with God was intimate and personal. Genesis 3 verse 8 mentions that God walked in the garden in the cool of the day, suggesting a constant and tangible presence. There were no walls or distance between them and the divine. Communication between man and woman was open and natural. There were no secrets, emotional barriers, or need to pretend. As Genesis 2 verse 25 states, they were both naked and felt no shame, signifying a bond free from pretense or fear of judgment. Their connection with the world was one of care and responsibility, not domination or conflict. Working in the garden was not exhausting or frustrating. It was fulfilling and yielded good fruit. The earth responded generously to their attention. Death was not yet part of the human experience. Life was characterized by provision, not lack. There was no struggle for food or fear of the future. The garden provided everything they needed to live well and abundantly. And yet, their lives had meaning, tasks, roles, and moral decisions to make. In the center of the garden stood the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, a boundary reminding them that, although made in God's image, they were not divine. The tree of life, also present, indicated that eternal life was within reach. Death existed as a possibility, but not yet as a certainty. He wrote about the portals of the wind, about the times of rain, about the soul of thunder and the spirit that animates lightning. Each element of creation had a guardian, a law, and a function. And when those laws were transgressed, disorder brought judgment. He also narrated his visions of the tree of life hidden in the Far East, whose fruit would only be given to the righteous after the great day of the Lord. Enoch saw the throne of judgment and thousands of angels gathered, celestial scribes and powers that executed decrees. But not all was judgment. He also saw the righteous. He saw a valley of peace where souls that were never corrupted awaited the fulfillment of the promise. He saw a man with a resplendent face, seated at the right hand of glory, to whom authority over heaven and earth would be given. A son of man who would come in glory to put an end to the ungodly kingdoms and establish eternal justice. Enoch asked, "Who is this man? From where does his light come?" The voice responded, "This is the chosen one, born before the stars. To him will be given judgment, and his throne will be eternal. You have been found worthy to see him so that you may testify to the children of the earth, so that they may know that his coming is sure and his reign just." When Enoch descended to the world, his face shone with a faint light, like one who has looked too long at the face of God. His wife looked at him with astonishment. His sons listened to him in silence. The elders of the tribe gathered at his feet. "The world will not always be as you see it," he told them. "The haughty cities will fall, the powerful will be stripped, and the meek will inherit the earth. Everything has been written in the books that were given to me. Read, listen, keep them." But others also came, curious scribes, men of power. Some wanted to silence him, others to steal the writings. Suspicion began to circulate. Enoch felt that his time on earth was short. In this idyllic setting, the first man and woman lived in shalom, a profound peace that encompassed every aspect of life: body, mind, relationships, and spirit. This was how God intended human life to be. But that harmony in Eden would not last. In Genesis 3, a new figure emerges: the serpent. The serpent was the shrewdest of all the wild animals the Lord God had made. One day he asked the woman, "Did God really say you must not eat from any of the trees in the garden?" The deceiver's tactic was to twist God's words, making his generous freedom seem like a strict prohibition. This alteration in language aimed to sow doubt about God's intentions. The woman attempted to correct him, but she already showed the serpent's influence by adding words to what God had said and softening the warning. Then the serpent directly challenged what God had said. "You will not certainly die," the serpent said to the woman, "for God knows that when you eat from it your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." This accusation presented God as someone who was selfishly withholding something valuable from them. The following part shows how temptation worked within the woman. She saw that the fruit of the tree was pleasing to the eye and also desirable for gaining wisdom, so she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband, who was with her, and he ate it. The allure of the fruit had 3 dimensions. It appealed to the body, the eye, and the mind. But choosing to eat it meant much more than breaking a rule. This act was not simply disobedience. It was a decision to break away spiritually, to reject God's authority, and to define good and evil for themselves. An important point is that Adam was present during the conversation between the serpent and the woman, but he remained silent. He did not protect or guide, and then he participated willingly. The fall occurred instantly. After eating the fruit, they both realized something. His heart already dwelt in another place. One afternoon, as he walked through the field, he felt his body lighten. He looked at his hands, which were becoming translucent. One last vision assailed him. The heavens opened, a celestial multitude celebrating his return, and a book opened before the throne where his name was inscribed. Enoch, you will not see death. Come, faithful servant, what you wrote will be kept. In the final times it will be read again, and many will understand. And so Enoch was taken day after day without tasting death, to the place where the righteous dwell. In the days that followed, Enoch's spirit was taken each night beyond the confines of the earth. Each ascent revealed to him things that no human eye had seen. Celestial structures composed of living fire, books sealed with seals of light. One day, Enoch was called to contemplate the architecture of heaven, because what the human eye perceives as a blue vault is but the threshold of an infinite vastness composed of spheres, orders, and powers that vibrate in obedience to the voice of the Most High. And so it was that the Spirit of God took him one night, not in a dream, but in living consciousness, and lifted him beyond the highest mountain, not by wings or by fire, but by an opening in the veil of the world. There began his ascent to the 7 heavens, each more glorious and fearsome than the last. First heaven, the veil of creation. The first heaven was like a crystal dome suspended over the earth, filled with luminous mist. From there, angels watched over the clouds, the winds, and the rains. They were humble but diligent, dressed in silver gray, with serene faces. They were in charge of maintaining the rhythms of the visible world. The seasons, the thunders, the snows, the dew. We serve the order, they said. We are not seen by men, but without us, chaos would cover the fields. Here begins obedience and also the limit of human pride. Enoch wept with reverence. They saw that they were naked, so they sewed fig leaves together to make coverings for themselves. What they discovered did not bring freedom or a deeper truth, but a sense of exposure and shame. Their first impulse, to cover themselves, represents all subsequent human efforts to hide their flaws and feign strength while feeling broken inside. The impact of their decision was immediate and far-reaching. In Genesis 3 verse 8, the first spiritual consequence appears. Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. A relationship that was once intimate was now filled with fear and distance. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" This was not a question about location, but a call to sincerity and reflection. But instead of acknowledging their actions, they avoided responsibility and blamed others. Adam blamed both the woman and God. The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree and I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman said, "The serpent deceived me and I ate." So the Lord God pronounced judgment on each one, beginning with the serpent. "Because you have done this," the Lord God said to the serpent, "cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel." This first promise of redemption reveals that evil would be defeated, though it would cause harm to the one who brought the victory. The woman's punishment included pain in childbirth and difficulties in her relationship with her husband. The man's judgment was the most extensive. His work would now be arduous. The ground would resist his efforts and he would eventually die. He understood that even the wind has a shepherd and that the rain does not fall without design. Second heaven, the prison of the fallen watchers. Further up, he was taken to the second heaven, and there he saw darkness. It was not the absence of light, but light contained, enclosed. In deep chambers were the fallen angels, and Enoch kept silent with a trembling soul. They were once the most honorable, the purest, the first breaths of light born from the very heart of God. And yet, they fell not out of a desire for destruction, but out of pride, out of disobedience disguised as freedom. In their ambition, they touched the forbidden. They sowed pain in humanity. Now they pay. Their condemnation knows no end because their sin was deeper than that of men. They were not simple creatures. They were sons of the Most High, and that is why their punishment is eternal. Among the rubble of history, their laments can still be heard. They do not ask for forgiveness because they know there is no redemption. They only hope that someone, someday, will see them and understand that even light, if it is not humble, can turn into darkness. Third heaven, the garden and the sword. In the third heaven, he was taken to a valley of indescribable beauty. It was like Eden, but not the one on earth, but its perfect reflection. There were the trees of life, whose fruits shone and whose leaves healed every wound. Guardian angels walked among them with swords of light, guarding each path. To the left of the garden, however, a summit opened. There lay the souls of the unjust awaiting judgment. It was a place of shadow and murmur, not of total punishment yet, but of painful conscience. Here are those who loved the lie, the angel told him. They wait and will know what they sowed. But the righteous, they rest under the trees, and their joy will be eternal. Enoch wept because he recognized faces and knew that not all would be found among the righteous. Fourth heaven, the luminaries of time. Yet, God's compassion was evident even in the midst of the punishment. He made garments of skin for them and clothed them, suggesting the first death of an animal to cover human failure. Finally, they were expelled from Eden not only as punishment but also as protection. Preventing them from accessing the tree of life prevented them from living forever in a broken state. Now guarded by cherubim, the garden became a powerful reminder of what was lost and a hope for something better, possible only with God's help. Outside of Eden, human history began. Genesis 4 verses 1-2 says, Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, With the help of the Lord I have brought forth a man. Later she gave birth to his brother Abel. Abel kept flocks and Cain worked the soil. These two brothers represent two basic forms of human sustenance, both different, but equally valid. The story quickly moves to their offerings. After some time, Cain presented some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord. And Abel also brought an offering, fat portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. The Lord accepted Abel's offering, but not Cain's. The passage does not explicitly state why God accepted one offering and not the other. It may have been due to the quality of the gift, the intention of the heart, or the type of offering. Whatever the reason, God's response revealed deeper issues within Cain. Cain's reaction showed his attitude. Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. God approached him with guidance and a warning, teaching him key truths about how sin is near, acting almost like a living force, and how humans have the responsibility to resist it. But the Lord said to Cain, Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must master it. Unfortunately, Cain ignored the warning. The fourth heaven was an immense hall of golden fire, where gigantic angels carried resplendent spheres on their shoulders. These were the luminaries of the sky, the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars. Each moved according to a sacred orbit, not at random, but by eternal mandate. Uriel, the angel of cosmic light, explained the sun itself. We open the portals of dawn. The moon obeys its course, and each star has a name. Here is written time, and here is read the end. Enoch saw parchments suspended in the air where future eclipses, signs, days of judgment, and days of grace were noted. Everything was ordered. Nothing escapes the eye of the Creator, said Uriel. You, Enoch, write this so that man may not say that he was ignored. Fifth heaven, the warrior angels. In the fifth heaven, a plain of gold and fire stretched to the horizon. There were the warrior angels, commanded by the archangel Michael. There were hundreds of thousands with armor of lightning and swords that sang with every movement. We are the guardians of the kingdom, said Michael. When evil rises, we descend, but only under order. We are not violence, but just judgment. Enoch saw how they trained, not with rage, but with solemnity. In the center of the field was a perpetual flame. It was the altar of justice. There, each battle was decided before being fought on earth. Michael whispered to him, In the last days, our war will be the last, and the just king will conquer with only his word. Sixth heaven, the scribes of the Most High. Beyond, in the sixth heaven, was the divine library. Columns of light supported infinite shelves, and scribe angels clothed in white recorded everything. Thoughts, words, and decisions. Each soul had its book. One of them approached Enoch and said, You too have a book, and since you were called, another scribe has been filling it with your visions. Nothing is lost, nothing is ignored. Now Cain said to his brother Abel, Let's go out to the field. While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. This marked the first death in human history and was a murder, not a natural death. One brother took the life of another. God responded immediately. Then the Lord said to Cain, Where is your brother Abel? As with Adam, God began with a question whose answer he already knew, and again he was met with a denial. I don't know, he replied. Am I my brother's keeper? The Lord said, What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. The ground, already damaged by sin, now turned even. More against Cain. The soil that received the blood would now resist his work, offering him nothing in return. Surprisingly, even after this, God gave Cain some protection. He marked him so that no one who saw him would harm him. So the Lord said to Cain, You will be a restless wanderer on the earth. Cain said to the Lord, My punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me. But the Lord said to him, Not so. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over. Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him. This act shows that God's justice includes mercy, even toward someone who shows no remorse. Even in judgment, God restrains violence and preserves life. After being sentenced, Cain went away from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod. The name Nod means wandering, reflecting his new identity as someone without a home. Although banished from the land, Cain found a way to build a life. He married and had children. Cain made love to his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. When he built a city, he named it after his son Enoch. In that heaven, Enoch also saw the angels who govern the nations, those who carry the crowns of the peoples. Some shone with honor, others, however, were veiled. Rulers who corrupted justice and oppressed the weak. These will be judged more severely, said the angel, because power is not privilege but service. Seventh heaven, the uncontainable glory. Finally, he was taken to the seventh heaven. There was no form or figure, but total, uncontainable, living light. And yet Enoch saw because he was transfigured. There was the throne of the Most High, surrounded by cherubim, seraphim, Ophanim, and the angels of the face. They did not sing with words, but with pure existence. And in the center, seated in majesty, God himself. The air vibrated with holiness. Time dissolved. Enoch fell face to the ground and felt his soul divided as by a sword. Every fear, every doubt, Every impurity was burned away. And then a soft and abysmal voice said to him, "Arise, Enoch. You have seen what many have desired to see. Keep this testimony, speak, write, and do not fear, for in the final days your words will awaken the sleeping." There he was given a new name. There he was sealed. There he understood that he was no longer just a man, but a witness of the heavens. Afterward, Enoch was taken in spirit to regions that neither man nor angel wished to visit of their own accord. There were the limits of creation, the boundaries of the universe. At the precipice of judgment, the borders where order dissolved, lay the eternal testament of punishment. It was neither the hell men imagined, nor the heaven they yearned for. Instead, it was the veiled heart of the cosmos, where the justice of God held its secret seat. A place where the very fabric of reality frayed, revealing the consequences of cosmic disobedience. One night, as Enoch prayed on Mount Ika, the angel Uriel descended, cloaked in gentle fire, and spoke, "Prepare yourself, Enoch, son of dust." This is the first mention of a city in the Bible, marking the beginning of organized human life. For Cain, a man condemned to wander, the city offered the security, order, and connection he so desperately craved. Cain's descendants pioneered inventions and early culture. Ada gave birth to Jabal. He was the father of those who live in tents and raise livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all who play stringed and wind instruments. Zillah, who also had Tubal-Cain, who forged all kinds of tools out of bronze and iron. These three show how Cain's line developed animal husbandry through Jabal, music through Jubal, and metallurgy through Tubal-Cain. Although they were estranged from God, Cain's family continued to reflect his image by displaying creativity and skill. But as culture advanced, morality deteriorated. Lamech, a descendant of Cain 5 generations later, was the first to take multiple wives. Even more concerning is his violent song in Genesis 4 verses 23 to 24. Lamech said to his wives, "Ada and Zillah, listen to me. Wives of Lamech, hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times. These words reveal a dangerous mentality, excessive revenge and pride in brutal violence. What began with Cain as an isolated tragic act became a lifestyle with Lamech. Lamech took God's mercy toward Cain as an excuse to glorify harm. In contrast to this violent line, a different family story begins. Adam united with his wife again, and she gave birth to a son named Seth, saying, "God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him." Seth also had a son, and he named him Enosh. At that time people began to call on the name of the Lord. The name Seth means appointed or substitute, making him the spiritual heir of Abel. The story then highlights a turning point in Genesis 4 verse 26. "Today you shall not ascend, but descend. You will witness what remains hidden, even from many of the righteous. For judgment is not merely a day, it is a place. These are the mountains of judgment." Here, the fate of the fallen watchers was sealed. Uriel's words resonated with the weight of eons. The air crackled with unseen energy as he gestured towards the towering peaks surrounding them. Upon each summit lies the name of an angel who broke their divine design. Every rock here guards their story. Enoch was swept away, guided by Uriel, towards one of the peaks. There, within a crevice, he saw a figure chained. It was not a human body, but a dim, luminous form, like a sun shrouded in ashes. This is one of the Watchers, Azazel, he who taught men to forge swords and women to paint their faces. Azazel averted his gaze, yet even with sealed eyes, his soul knew he was being watched. "You are the one who walks between worlds," he murmured, his voice a rasping echo of former glory. "Tell the Most High that we have not forgotten, that our fall still burns. We no longer ask for clemency, only that we are not forgotten." Uriel placed his hand on Enoch's shoulder and whispered, "Judgment is not forgetting, it is perpetual memory." Then he led Enoch away, leaving Azazel in his desolate confinement. The wind now filled with a silence that ached. Beyond the mountains of judgment, Enoch was led to the edges of the heavens. There, he beheld a series of immense structures, like gates of fire and crystal. Each vibrated with a distinct tone, and beyond each opened a path to some celestial domain. "These are the portals of heaven," Uriel explained. "Through them pass the luminaries, the messenger angels, the spirits of the righteous, and the answers to prayers. Each portal had a guardian, and each guardian wore a crown inscribed with living letters. "Behold the eastern portal," said the angel. "Through it the sun enters each day, not by chance, but by command." While Cain's family focused on inventions, music, and building cities, Seth's descendants initiated a formal devotion to God. This created a spiritual contrast between both family lines, a pattern that would continue in human history. Genesis 5 presents a remarkable genealogy, from Adam to Noah, known for recording very long lives. Among them is Methuselah, who lived 969 years, the longest life recorded in Scripture. These extraordinary ages might reflect the unique conditions of the early world, a closeness to the original state of creation, or a divine purpose related to the beginnings of human society. Whatever the cause, these long lives allowed people to accumulate great wisdom and knowledge over time, and generations often lived together. In Genesis 5, the repeated phrase, "and then he died," serves as a constant reminder that the death introduced by the fall continued to reign. Even with hundreds of years to live, mortality was inevitable. Each man on the list, no matter how many years he had lived on earth, ultimately returned to dust. But one name breaks this pattern. Genesis 5 verses 21 to 24 says that Enoch lived 65 years and had a son named Methuselah. After becoming a father, Enoch walked in close relationship with God, and then disappeared because God took him. Enoch did not experience death like the others. He was taken directly into God's presence. What made him different was his way of living with God in harmony with him, just as Noah would later be described. That close relationship, that shared purpose, made Enoch a beacon in increasingly dark times. His sudden disappearance must have profoundly impacted those around him, showing that knowing God can reach even beyond death. Another prominent figure is Methuselah, Enoch's son. His name could mean "when he dies it will occur," possibly pointing to the flood that came the same year he passed away. Living 969 years, his long life reflects God's patience, delaying judgment to give more time for repentance. And that one, to the north, is used by the angels of judgment. When one descends to earth, they do so through there. Enoch was led to one of these portals. As he approached, his body trembled. It was like standing before a singing storm. Through it, he saw a star fall to earth and understood that it was no ordinary star, but a messenger of the Most High, sent to correct the ways of man. "Many of these portals are closed to men," Uriel said, "but you have seen them, and your words will unlock their memories when the time arrives." Finally, Enoch was taken beneath the earth. He neither walked nor flew but descended as one absorbed by silence. There, beneath the roots of the world, stretched infinite chambers, without doors or windows, inhabited only by echoes, shadows, and what once was light. "These are the eternal prisons," said the angel. "They were not made with hands, but with words. Here are the spirits who wandered without bodies, the remnants of the Nephilim, the giants who perished in the flood, whose spirits belong neither to heaven nor to earth. They still seek to inhabit men, still whisper, still deceive, but here they are bound." Enoch saw formless shapes moving like smoke within transparent cages. Some screamed without a voice. Others remained in eternal silence, as if consciousness was their only torment. Here, too, were the kings of the earth who made themselves gods, the judges who sold their sentences, the teachers who twisted the truth for glory, each in their cell, each with what they themselves had built. Enoch wept. "Is there no return for them?" he asked. Uriel replied, "Not for those who have been judged and found rebellious, but for those who still live, the book of life remains open." "That too you must say." Then he led Enoch to the deepest prison. There was no form or time, only an abyss. Uriel would not enter. "This is the most ancient Sheol," Here were locked away the first who rebelled before the creation of man. This family line connects Noah directly with Seth, the faithful branch, in contrast to the line of Cain, increasingly violent and worldly. So, when Noah appears in Genesis 6, he already has a background that presents him as someone shaped by a heritage of closeness with God. As more people filled the earth, evil also multiplied rapidly. Genesis 6 verses 1 to 2 presents one of the most enigmatic events in the Bible. When human beings began to increase in number and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw how beautiful they were and chose wives from among them. There has been much debate about who these sons of God were. The main theories include fallen angels who took human form, powerful kings who took many wives, or descendants of Seth who married women from the line of Cain, uniting faithful families with unfaithful ones. Regardless of the view, the result was disastrous. Genesis 6 verse 5 says, "The Lord saw that human wickedness on the earth was widespread, and that every inclination of the human heart was nothing but evil all the time." This speaks not only of actions but of a deep disease in human nature, where even the internal thoughts and desires were twisted and constantly inclined to evil. God's reaction to this overwhelming wickedness was one of deep sorrow. Genesis 6 verse 6 says, "The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled." This regret was not an admission of error but an expression of deep suffering over how far his creation had fallen. The use of human language helps show how seriously God viewed this level of wickedness. His decision was equally serious. "I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds and the reptiles, for I regret that I have made them," he said in Genesis 6 verse 7. They still await their final judgment. Enoch faltered before such weight, but then a light erupted from above, and the entire abyss trembled. It was as if the very throne had opened an eye upon that place. "And remember this, Enoch," said the voice, "not of the angel, but of the Most High. Not even the deepest abyss is beyond my gaze. For I am the Alpha and the Omega, the one who judges, but also the one who waits." Enoch was lifted from that place, not by wings, but by grace. As he ascended, he wrote in his heart every image, every name, every lament, and every revelation. He knew that his words would be difficult to believe, that they would be rejected by the wise, forgotten by kings, ridiculed by the powerful. But he knew, too, that the righteous would guard them, that one day they would be read as what they are: fire, warning, and hope. For if judgment is real, so too is redemption. And you who read, do not say, "This is myth." Say, rather, "This is a mirror." For what Enoch saw, you too shall see at the end of your days. And the portals are still open. Enoch believed he had seen everything: the seven heavens, the eternal prisons, the celestial routes, the righteous angels, and the fallen. But he had not yet written the deepest, the most dangerous for the kings of the earth, and the most comforting for the humble. It was then that the Most High opened the hidden scroll, sealed with 3 seals of fire, the book of parables. "This is not a book for the days of now," Uriel told him. "It is for the days of the end, when men lose their sense of judgment, when evil dresses as virtue, and kingdoms are built upon the blood of the innocent." Enoch wept, for he knew that what he would write would be hated by the powerful, but loved by the persecuted. Each parable was like a sword wrapped in honey, sweet for the righteous, bitter for the wicked. First parable, the judgment of the righteous. "I saw a white throne," wrote Enoch, "and upon it one who was not old, but eternal." This judgment would include not only humans but also the rest of the living world that was under their care, showing how connected creation and humanity were from the beginning. But in the midst of this total ruin, a spark of hope appeared. Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Genesis 6 verse 8. That grace, an unmerited favor, became the starting point for saving the human race. Noah is described in Genesis 6 verse 9 as a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, who walked with God just like Enoch. This does not mean that Noah had no sin, but that he was distinguished by his integrity. While others turned away from God, Noah remained faithful. Later events would show that Noah had flaws. What made him different was not perfection but his willingness to receive God's grace. Facing a world full of evil, God shared his plan with Noah, both the destruction that was coming and the way to save himself. Genesis 6 verses 13 to 14 records God's words. I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood. God gave clear and detailed instructions. The ark was to be built with a specific type of wood, likely cypress, and sealed with pitch inside and out to make it waterproof. Its measurements were 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high, approximately 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high, with 3 decks, a door on the side, and a window. It was not designed to sail. It was built to float. Its design focused on staying stable and containing much, not on moving fast or being steered. Building such an enormous structure on dry land, probably far from the sea or any lake, must have seemed ridiculous to those around Noah. His face was like that of a man, but his eyes were like eternal stars. At his side, an empty throne reserved for the chosen one. This was the first man of glory. He wore no crown, but all the angels bowed before him. He carried no sword, but his word judged with precision. His face was serene, but his eyes saw through the soul. Who is this? Asked Enoch. The celestial voice responded, This is the Son of Man, born before creation, hidden until the appointed time. In him resides justice. His throne will be eternal. To him will be given the judgment of the kings. Enoch saw as the Son of Man was presented before the Ancient of Days, and all of creation fell silent. The books were opened, and one by one, the kingdoms passed before him. Those who worked injustice, who despised the humble, who corrupted the truth, were separated like dust in the wind. But those who waited in the midst of oppression were lifted up. This is the day of the anointed, said the voice. He will avenge the martyrs, reward the faithful, and his scepter will be justice. Second parable, the light of the peoples. In the second parable, Enoch was taken to a plain where all the nations gathered. There were no walls, no temples, no kings. Only a man of glory in their midst, surrounded by pure light. This one was different from the first. In his face was compassion, in his voice comfort. Who is this? Enoch asked again and was told, This is the shepherd of the nations. He came not to judge, but to heal. He is light for the Gentiles, comfort for the sad, and medicine for the wounds of the soul. Enoch saw the broken, widows, orphans, persecuted, and foreigners approach him, and he received them without judgment, laid his hands on them, and their souls were restored. To this man of glory will be given a new name, said the angel, and those who invoke him in truth will not be rejected. But he also saw some mock him, others reject him for not having a majestic form. The Apostle Peter later called him a preacher of righteousness, 2 Peter 2 verse 5, implying that, during the many years it took to build the ark, Noah also warned others about what was coming and called them to change, but no one listened. As part of the instructions, God also made a promise to Noah. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark. You, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. Genesis 6 verse 18. This is the first time a covenant is clearly mentioned in the Bible. It establishes the model for future agreements between God and humanity, beginning with God's action, followed by human obedience, promises given, and survival during judgment. The rescue plan that God gave to Noah was not only for him and his family. It also included animals of every kind. Genesis 6 verse 19 says, You are to bring into the ark 2 of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. Animals considered pure and suitable for offerings would enter in groups of 7 pairs, while the rest would come in single pairs. This plan allowed both the preservation of animal life and future offerings. Noah's response to all these instructions showed his trust. Genesis 6 verse 22 says, Noah did everything just as God commanded him. His total obedience contrasted with the widespread disobedience around him, showing that true faith involves more than believing. It moves one to act according to what God says. When the work was finished and the animals gathered, God gave the next order. Genesis 7 verse 1 says, "The Lord then said to Noah, 'Go into the ark, you and your whole family, because I have found you righteous in this generation.'" Noah and his family entered the ark 7 days before the storm began, a final pause before the disaster. And then came the great flood. "This cannot be a king," they said. And yet, in the final judgment, it was he who testified in favor of the righteous. "You did it to me when you visited the sick, when you fed the hungry, when you forgave the enemy. You did it to me." And heaven sang a song that resonated to the highest heaven. Third parable, the lion and the throne. In the third vision, Enoch was taken to a mountain of fire. There was the third man of glory. His appearance was like that of a lion, but his face was human, and his crown burned without being consumed. This was the warrior king, the one who would come at the end of times. "Who is this?" asked Enoch for the third time. The angel replied, "This is the Lion of the tribe of the promise. When the measure of evil has been filled, he will descend with power, and every eye will see him. He will no longer come as a lamb, but as a king. He will no longer be wounded, but victorious." Enoch saw this man descend with 10,000 saints. The mountains split, the idols were overthrown, and the enemies of justice fled. But they found nowhere to hide. "His judgment will be just, but without return," said the angel. "He will end the time of deception and establish the eternal kingdom." Enoch fell to his knees, for he understood that the 3 men of glory were one, manifested in 3 times with 3 faces, but one heart. The Savior, the Shepherd, the King. Then Enoch was taken before the Ancient of Days. "Write this, Enoch," the voice said, "for when the world forgets my justice, this book will be memory. When kings become gods, this book will be a hammer. When the righteous doubt, this book will be comfort." And so Enoch wrote it, not with a pen, but with burning vision. Each parable was a mirror, a veiled judgment, an open promise. For in the last days, men will need to know that the throne is not empty, that judgment is not forgetting, that there is one who will come not only to judge, but to reign forever. In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, the Bible says, "On that day all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened, and rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights." Genesis 7 verses 11 to 12. The flood was not just intense rain but also a great change in the earth, with underground waters gushing forth and transforming the planet. For 150 days, the water continued to rise until it covered even the highest mountains. Everything that breathed air and was not inside the ark died. This was a judgment against a world full of corruption. Still, in the midst of the destruction, a message of hope appears. "But God remembered Noah." Genesis 8 verse 1. This does not mean that God had forgotten him. It means that he now acted in his favor. The waters gradually receded. The ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. Noah released birds to see if the earth was drying, and after more than a year inside, they were finally able to leave. Genesis 8 verse 16 says, "Then God said to Noah, 'Come out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons and their wives.'" The earth was now dry and ready for life again. A renewed world opened before Noah's family, those whom God chose to save. Noah's first act showed what was in his heart. Genesis 8 verse 20 tells us, "Then Noah built an altar to the Lord and, taking some of all the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it." Before establishing a new home, Noah worshipped. His sacrifice honored God's goodness and recognized the need to seek forgiveness, because sin was still present in this new beginning. God responded to Noah with a promise. In Genesis 8 verses 21 to 22, he said, "Never again will I curse the ground because of humans, even though every inclination of the human heart is evil from childhood. And never again will I destroy all living creatures as I have done." The Book of the Luminaries. The routes of the sun, the moon, and the stars, according to the visions of Enoch. It was night when the angel Uriel approached Enoch. His face was serene as the calm sea, but his eyes were like ancient embers. In his hand was a book, not of parchment or stone, but of light. He opened it, and the letters floated before Enoch like living constellations. "This is the book of the luminaries," said the angel. "Very few have been worthy to see it, because man thinks that creation is his, and does not know that every star, every dawn, every shadow of the moon answers to an eternal command. Today you will see how the heavens obey the Creator." And so Enoch was taken to the edge of the world, to the great mountain of the east, where the portals of heaven open and close with each day. There, the air was so pure that it did not weigh, and the sky was divided like a transparent sphere. The horizon was a perfect circle marked by giant doors invisible to the human eye, but evident to the spirit. "Behold the course of the sun," said Uriel. "Each year, the sun enters through one of the 6 portals of the east and exits through one of the 6 portals of the west. It does not enter where it wants, nor does it leave when it desires. Each movement is obedience, each season a decree." Enoch saw the sun rise through the first portal in the days of deepest winter. Its light was faint, and the days were short. Then, month by month, it ascended to the next portal, until it reached the 6th in the zenith of summer when its light was potent and prolonged. Then it descended again, returning to the first. "Thus is formed the cycle of days and nights," said Uriel. "Thus are divided the seasons, and the order of the earth is established. The sun has an angel who guides it, and it cannot deviate." Enoch saw the chariot of the sun, a burning sphere pulled by 4 living beings, each with wings of fire and wheels that turned with voices of praise. As long as the earth endures, seedtime and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night will never cease. Then God made this commitment official. In Genesis 9 verse 11, he declared, "I establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth." As a sign of this promise, God put a rainbow in the sky. This visible reminder would speak to future generations about God's faithfulness. The covenant also came with new instructions. First, God repeated the mandate to fill the earth. Second, he allowed people to eat animals with one condition: "But you must not eat meat that has its lifeblood still in it." Genesis 9 verse 4. Third, God established the first law about murder. Genesis 9 verse 6 says, "Whoever sheds human blood, by humans shall their blood be shed. For in the image of God has God made mankind." This covenant included blessings for all humanity: reliable seasons, diverse sources of food, and basic rules of justice, all essential for society to grow in a world still marked by sin. Yet Noah, although faithful and close to God, was not perfect. Genesis 9 verses 20 to 21 tells us, "Noah, a man of the soil, proceeded to plant a vineyard. When he drank some of its wine, he became drunk and lay uncovered inside his tent." This story shows that even people of great faith can stumble. The way his sons responded reveals their values. Genesis 9 verse 22 says, "Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father naked and told his 2 brothers outside." Ham's behavior showed a lack of respect for Noah's dignity. But Genesis 9 verse 23 describes what Shem and Japheth did. "But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it across their shoulders. Then they walked in backward and covered their father's naked body. Their faces were turned away so that they would not see their father's nakedness." Their actions reflected respect and care, even in an embarrassing moment. It was not a blind star, but an obedient, glorious, tireless creature. "When the sun reaches the end of its journey," explained Uriel, "it prostrates itself before the throne of God and receives the order for the next dawn." And for Enoch, each dawn is an act of faith, each new day a renewed mercy. The moon and its variation. Then Uriel raised his arm and pointed to the south. There, the moon, pale and mysterious, began to travel its own path. The moon does not follow the sun, although it accompanies it. It has its own cycle, shorter, quieter, but equally ordered. He showed him how the moon grew until it was full in 14 days and then waned until it disappeared. It was like a breath of the sky, a tide of light and shadow. Enoch saw the moon also enter through the portals of the east, but in different rhythms, sometimes coinciding with the sun, sometimes moving away from it. That is why the months are not the same, said Uriel, because the moon marks the time of secret cycles, feasts, sabbatical years, celestial signs. He saw angels measure each phase with ropes of light, how they recorded each appearance and each concealment in celestial books. When man forgets the calendar of God, the angel told him, he also forgets his purpose, the stars and the seasons. Then Enoch looked up, and what he saw left him breathless. The stars were not simply distant lights. They were hosts, each with a name, each with a mission. There are 364 main stars, said Uriel. Each represents a day of the perfect year. But there are 4 more that mark the equinoxes and solstices. They are the angels of the seasons. He showed him 4 lesser thrones in the sky, where each seasonal angel presided with glory. 1 for winter, 1 for spring, 1 for summer, and 1 for autumn. Each held a scale and with it corrected the times and maintained balance. When man despises the heavens, said the angel, he also loses the rhythm of his soul. When Noah learned of it, he responded with a prophetic message. Genesis 9 verses 24 to 27 said, "Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves will he be to his brothers. Praise be to the Lord, the God of Shem. May Canaan be the slave of Shem. May God extend Japheth's territory. May Japheth live in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be his slave." Interestingly, the curse fell on Canaan, Ham's son. This may anticipate what the Canaanite people would later do. Over time, this prophecy was fulfilled when the Israelites, descendants of Shem, defeated the Canaanites. The blessings for Shem and Japheth also had deep significance. The mention of the Lord God of Shem points to the special role that Shem's descendants would have in God's plan. His blessing also anticipates the future expansion of Japheth's family, later associated with Indo-European peoples. This brief event carried great significance, establishing patterns that would resonate throughout the Bible, showing how honor or dishonor toward authority can mark the destiny of generations. Genesis 10 gives a detailed account of how humanity dispersed after the flood. This list of Noah's descendants helps explain the origins and connections of ancient peoples. The chapter begins like this. This is the account of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's sons, who themselves had sons after the flood. Genesis 10 verse 1. Then it traces each family line in order. The line of Japheth, Genesis 10 verses 2 to 5, is linked to groups that moved to regions north and west of Mesopotamia, places like Asia Minor, the Mediterranean islands, and parts of Europe. Names like Gomer, Madai, and Javan are related to the Sumerians, the Medes, and the ancient Greeks. The descendants of Ham, Genesis 10 verses 6 to 20, are mainly associated with Africa and parts of the Middle East, including Egypt, Ethiopia, and Canaan. The text highlights Nimrod, Ham's grandson, calling him a mighty hunter and builder of key Mesopotamian cities, such as Babel and Nineveh. Enoch was taken even higher, and there he saw constellations that turned like choirs around the throne. Each movement was adoration. The heavens were not chaotic. They were a perfect symphony. "The fallen stars," said Uriel, pointing to a crack in the vault, "are those who disobeyed. Some departed from their course and were bound beneath the earth. Others descended to confuse men, disguising themselves as wisdom. They too await judgment." Finally, Enoch saw a celestial hall where scribe angels marked the passage of time. Each day had a color, each week a note, each month a fragrance. Everything was interconnected. "What happens in the heavens affects the earth," Uriel told him. "And what man does sows an echo in the heavens. That is why the Most High gave signs in the firmament, so that whoever observes understands, and whoever understands fears, and whoever fears walks with wisdom." Enoch fell to his knees. "Why have you shown me this?" The angel responded, "Because there will come days when men will measure time with pride, calculate the heavens as machines, and forget the soul of the luminaries. Then your words will be a living memory. They will remember that the sun is obedient, the moon is humble, and the stars sing without ceasing." The angel closed the book, and the night ended. Enoch awoke with his heart full of fire, knowing that each sunrise from then on would no longer be just a phenomenon, but a message. Enoch, a man who walked with God. Enoch was a disruption, the early echo of a truth that traverses all eras, that the human being, however limited, can become a dwelling place of the eternal. The Bible does not describe him as a warrior or as wise. He wore neither a crown nor a sword, yet his name rises like a beacon that crosses generations. Why? Because Enoch embodies the possibility of the unattainable, the full communion with the divine in the midst of a fallen world. The Canaanites, descendants of Ham through Canaan, are described with defined borders. These same lands would later be given to Israel, an important detail for early readers of Genesis. Then come the descendants of Shem, Genesis 10 verses 21 to 31, with special attention to Eber, possibly the origin of the term Hebrews. His line includes the ancestors of the Aramean and Arab peoples. This genealogy is vital because the family of Shem leads to Abraham and eventually to the Israelites. The chapter ends with Genesis 10 verse 32. These are the clans of Noah's sons, according to their lines of descent, within their nations. From these the nations spread out over the earth after the flood. This list shows that all peoples come from a single source, Noah, and before him Adam. It served several purposes: locating Israel among the other nations, explaining their relationships, giving historical basis to future conquests, and preparing the call of Abraham as the one through whom all the families of the earth would be blessed. While Genesis 10 details how humanity dispersed, Genesis 11 explains why that dispersal occurred. It begins with this statement: "Now the whole world had one language and a common speech." Genesis 11 verse 1. With a common language, people could work together without limits. One group headed east and settled in the plain of Shinar in Mesopotamia. Their unity led them to a bold plan. Genesis 11 verse 4 says that they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city, with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." The construction project revealed deeper issues. The idea of a tower reaching to the heavens not only showed advanced knowledge but also a desire to rise to the level of God. Their goal of making a name for themselves reflected human pride. Most revealing was their reason: "Otherwise we will be scattered." Modern man, trapped in the speed of life, lives seeking meaning in work, in knowledge, in pleasure. But Enoch is a silent reminder that meaning is not found. It is received. It is not conquered. It is revealed. And that revelation does not occur by merit, but by communion. Enoch was not elevated because he did great deeds, but because he walked with God. His life was not a race. It was a companionship. Enoch is a symbol of the man who sees the invisible. Enoch represents everyone who dares to see what the eyes cannot. In an age when humanity was beginning to degenerate, he chose to look upward. He did not accept that the visible was the only reality. And that is the first philosophical teaching of his life. Reality is broader than the tangible. We live in a culture that adores evidence, logic, and data. But there are things that cannot be weighed, although they weigh more than the planets. Eternity, purpose, beauty, holiness, glory. They are not measured with scales or observed with telescopes, but they exist and are more real than matter. Enoch fled the world. He walked within it with a higher vision. That is faith, living as if the invisible were already present. Enoch and the call to inner silence. Another profound symbol of Enoch's being. The Bible says he disappeared because God took him. He did not die like the others. He left no tomb. He became absence. But that absence is not emptiness. It is mystery. In an age where everything must be explained, Enoch is an occurrence that escapes reason. You cannot trap God with formulas, and you cannot understand spirituality without accepting mystery. Sometimes God disappears so that you will seek him. Sometimes the truth does not shout but hides in the everyday, and only those who walk with an attentive heart find it. Enoch represents that attitude, the attitude of the one who does not need to see to believe, the one who lives with the ears of the soul open. Enoch and the idea of what man can become. This went directly against God's mandate in Genesis 9 verse 1 to fill and populate the earth. God's response is described with a tone of irony. But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. Genesis 11 verse 5. This shows the contrast between what humans thought was impressive and how small it was before God. God's concern was clear. He recognized the danger of a united humanity acting in rebellion. If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them, he said in Genesis 11 verse 6. His intervention was not just a punishment. It was also a way to curb the growth of shared evil. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other, he declared. As a result, the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. Genesis 11 verses 7 to 8. The different languages created divisions that ended the project. The place was called Babel, which means confusion, and it became a lasting symbol of the failure of human pride when it ignores God. However, the dispersal of the people was also an act of mercy. It stopped the uncontrolled expansion of evil and gave rise to the emergence of unique cultures, each with something distinct to offer the world. Ironically, their desire to make a name for themselves was fulfilled, but as a reminder of the failure of human ambition in the face of God's higher authority. After Babel, the story focuses from all of humanity to a single family. Genesis 11 verses 10 to 32 presents a genealogy that traces the descendants of Shem to Terah and his sons, one of whom was Abram, later called Abraham. This shows Abraham as part of the blessed line of Shem, connected to Noah's promise, and one of the few who still knew the true God in a world that was turning to idols. Initially, Terah led his family out of Ur in Babylonia, intending to go to Canaan, but they stopped in Haran. There is something revolutionary in his story. A man does not die. A man is taken to heaven. That is scandalous because it shows us that humanity is not condemned to the earthly but can be elevated. Enoch, then, is living prophecy. He is an early sign of what Jesus came to confirm, that heaven is not a place to which we go but a reality that can begin within us, that flesh can be inhabited by glory, that the human can touch the divine. It is a radical declaration against modern nihilism. We are not here only to consume and die. We are here to transform ourselves, to transfigure ourselves, to shine, to be taken, not physically but spiritually, to a life that transcends time. Enoch as a mirror of interiority. Enoch walked with God. What does that mean? It means he did not run, did not fight, did not build towers. He walked step by step, day by day. He was faithful in the invisible. His spirituality was not spectacle. It was intimacy. Enoch, reclusion in public. He is the model of those who build temples within themselves. Enoch teaches that heaven begins where the ego ends, that the more you empty yourself of yourself, the more space there is for the divine. That God does not dwell in the heights because of distance but because of purity, and that whoever walks with him also ascends. Enoch as a prefiguration of the kingdom that is to come. Finally, Enoch represents the heaven that will come. His life was an advance, a prelude, like a flower that blooms in winter to announce spring. Enoch was the first sign that God would walk with man again. The Bible begins with God walking in Eden with Adam. Then he does it with Enoch. Later with Noah, with Abraham, with Moses, with Elijah, and finally with Jesus. Each one is a greater approach, a progressive restoration of the bond between the Creator and his creature. And the final destiny is not heaven escaping from earth but heaven descending upon it. As Revelation says, "Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men." There, Terah died, and Abraham's journey began. At 75 years old and living in Haran, Abraham received a call that changed the entire history of redemption. Genesis 12 verses 1 to 3 says, "The Lord had said to Abram, 'Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you I will curse. and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. This call asked Abraham to leave behind 3 pillars of his identity: his land, his people, and his family, leaving everything that gave him a sense of belonging. God's promises covered 3 key areas: land, to the land I will show you; descendants, I will make you into a great nation, which was especially impactful since Sarai could not have children; and blessing, both personal and global, since through Abraham the entire world would be blessed. This last promise stands out, especially after what happened in Babel. Once humanity was scattered, God began to reunite and heal it, not through a collective, prideful endeavor, but through a single man, chosen and blessed, to be a blessing to all the nations. But through his own divine plan, beginning with one specific man, Abraham's reaction is recounted succinctly. So Abraham went, as the Lord had told him. Genesis 12 verse 4. The story doesn't dwell on any hesitation or doubt. It simply states that Abraham obeyed immediately, demonstrating remarkable faith. Later, Hebrews 11 verse 8 elaborates. By faith Abraham, when called to go to a place he would later receive as his inheritance, obeyed and went, even though he did not know where he was going. Once in Canaan, Abraham received further confirmation. God appeared to him and declared, "To your offspring I will give this land." Genesis 12 verse 7. The land promised by God was clearly named as Canaan, the very region. We will return to the garden, not with ignorance but with glory. We will return to the embrace, not as children who sinned but as restored children. Enoch did not write treatises, did not found cities, did not leave illustrious descendants, but his life was an eternal symbol, a silent cry in the midst of a noisy world, a candle lit before dawn. Today, his story continues to be a mirror. Are we walking with God or running after the wind? Are we opening space to the invisible or filling ourselves with the superficial? Are we prepared to be taken, not as an escape but as a transformation? Because the true teaching of Enoch is to walk with God. Enoch and his relationship with time. There is an aspect of Enoch's life that is rarely explored in depth: his relationship with time. Enoch lived as if he were outside of it. In the midst of corrupt generations, he chose a different rhythm. While humanity built cities, wars, and lineages, he stopped to listen to the eternal. And in that pause, in that difference, there is a forgotten message for the modern world. Time has an owner. We live today enslaved by the clock, urged by goals that fall apart when we reach them, pursued by the anxiety of not arriving. But Enoch, a silent and sacred figure, walked along an alternative path, that of consecrated time. His was a prophetic, eternal, slow, and alive time. And that is the new focus of this teaching: prophetic time, seeing the future with your feet in the present. Enoch received visions of the future and lived for it. His life was an anticipation, a prophecy made flesh. While his contemporaries lived as if the world were eternal, Enoch knew that everything would end. He knew that a judgment would come, that creation itself groaned, waiting for redemption. His way of life was a response to what had not yet happened. That teaches us a crucial truth: the present is illuminated when the end is understood. Living without a sense of eternity is building on sand, inhabited by the descendants of Canaan, whom Noah had cursed. Abraham responded by building an altar, one of the many he would erect during his sojourn in the land. These altars served as places of worship and as symbolic markers of future possession, demonstrating his faith that his descendants would one day inhabit it. Following his calling, Abraham's life became a journey both physical and spiritual. He didn't settle down in one spot but traversed Canaan, from Shechem to Bethel and eventually towards the Negev. This pattern of frequent movement, constructing an altar at each stop, highlighted Abraham's role as a sojourner. He dwelled in the promised land as one who didn't fully belong yet, clinging steadfastly to God's promises. It wasn't long before he faced a challenge. Famine struck, compelling Abraham to sojourn in Egypt. For a time, because the famine was severe in the land, Genesis 12 verse 10, this hardship led him to temporarily abandon the promised land. Concerned about the potential danger, Abraham instructed Sarai to claim to be his sister, concealing their marital status. Predictably, Sarai's beauty caught the attention of Egyptian nobles, and she was brought into the pharaoh's palace. Things could have spiraled drastically, out of control. Sarai, destined to be the future matriarch of a great nation, now found herself in the pharaoh's harem. But God intervened. The Lord inflicted serious diseases on Pharaoh and his household because of Sarai, Abraham's wife. Genesis 12 verse 17. Following this intervention, Abraham returned to Canaan. Another challenge soon emerged. The land couldn't sustain both his and Lot's growing households. As a result, their herdsmen began to quarrel. Abraham displayed kindness and faith by allowing Lot to choose. First, Lot opted for the fertile Jordan Valley and ultimately settled near Sodom. After Lot and Abraham separated, God reaffirmed his promise. Look around from where you are to the. Instead, living like Enoch means raising your gaze and asking yourself every day, what will happen next? What am I sowing? To what story do I belong? Today, humanity acts as if time were its own. We plan decades without the certainty of a single minute. But Enoch knew that time is not ours. It is a sacred inheritance, a countdown, a rope that connects creation with its restoration. Time is sacred space. Enoch's walk with God lasted 365 years. It was not a single act. It was not a specific epiphany. It was a daily, silent, constant construction. That is the opposite of our culture of the immediate. Today we want everything now. Answers, rewards, meaning. But God is not revealed in haste but in perseverance. Enoch turned time into a temple. Each day that he walked with God was one more stone in his inner altar. His life was an example of what it means to sanctify time. Not to escape from it but to inhabit it with consciousness. Not to reject the present but to fill it with eternity. This completely changes our relationship with the now. Time ceases to be an enemy or a prison and becomes a canvas. Each minute is an opportunity to make your life an act of communion. Enoch was elevated to heaven, not to avoid the earth but to inhabit it with eternal meaning. The silent waiting of the righteous. There is another key element in the teaching of time, according to Enoch, waiting. Enoch knew what he saw. He had no audience, no massive following. He did not found a school or movement. He only walked, only waited, only believed. And that is radically powerful because his waiting was not passive. It was an active waiting, like that of the sower who does not see the harvest but continues planting, like that of the watchman who remains in the tower, even though everyone is sleeping. To wait is not to stop. It is to resist. It is to prepare, to inhabit a creative tension between what is and what will be. North and south, to the east and west. All the land that you see I will give to you and your offspring forever. Genesis. This time, the promise included greater clarity about the expansive nature of the land. Not long afterward, Abraham found himself involved in a local war when kings from Mesopotamia attacked the cities in the valley, taking Lot as a prisoner. Abraham gathered his men, rescued Lot, and recovered all the stolen goods. This event also introduced Melchizedek, the enigmatic king and priest of Salem. He blessed Abraham and received 1/10 of everything Abraham had gained. After this, God formalized the covenant with Abraham through a solemn ritual. Animals were split in two, and a fiery torch passed between them. Genesis 15 verse 18 states, "On that day the Lord made a covenant with Abraham and said, 'To your descendants I give this land, from the Wadi of Egypt to the great Euphrates River.'" This event underscored that God alone assumed the responsibility to fulfill this promise eternally. Each reminder of this covenant helped Abraham trust more deeply as he continued his long journey through a land that would one day belong to his family. However, his family life revealed both his great faith and his human weaknesses. The most significant issue was the lack of children. Sarai, his wife, hadn't been able to conceive. Genesis 16 recounts that after 10 years in Canaan without a child, Sarai proposed something common in that era. The Lord has kept me from being able to have children. Go, sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her. Genesis 16 verse 2. The text explains that Abraham agreed, and Sarai's Egyptian maidservant, Hagar, became pregnant. Problems arose almost immediately. When Hagar realized she was pregnant, she began to despise Sarai. Genesis 16:4 describes how things became bitter between them. Sarai mistreated Hagar so severely that Hagar fled into the wilderness. There, a messenger of God. Today, many abandon the path because they do not see immediate results. But the righteous live not by results but by conviction, by faith. Hebrews 11 says, "By faith Enoch was translated that he should not see death, and was not found because God had translated him. For before his translation he had this testimony, that he pleased God." It does not say that he was translated for seeing miracles but for pleasing God in secret, in the small things, in the waiting. Justice is suspended, the judgment that comes with tenderness and fire. Enoch also represents the time of suspended judgment. In his visions, he saw the corruption of the fallen angels, the pain of humanity, the multiplied injustice. He saw the worst of the human being, but the judgment he announced had not yet arrived. That delay is not weakness. It is grace. It is an opportunity. Enoch represents the divine tension between justice and patience. God does not execute his judgment because he delights in destroying but because he loves too much to ignore evil. In that interval, in that it is coming but not yet, there is the time of conversion, the time to change, the time to decide if we walk with God or with ourselves. Today we live in a similar time. The judgment has not yet arrived, but it has already been announced. Enoch no longer walks on the earth, but his message still resonates. The eternal will not be silent forever. This is not a threat but a tender warning. Judgment is not the end of everything. It is the beginning of a new order. But only those who have learned to measure their lives with the clocks of heaven, the time of the other, will understand it. Enoch as a link between the self and humanity. Enoch walked alone for himself. Although he was intimate with God, his life had a collective echo. He represents those who assume their existence as part of a greater whole. Today, we live obsessed with individuality, but Enoch valued the invisible, found her and instructed her to return and submit to Sarai. He also gave her a promise. "I will increase your descendants so much that they will be too numerous to count." Genesis 16 verse 10. Hagar returned and later gave birth to Ishmael when Abraham was 86 years old. 13 years passed. Then God appeared to Abraham again, reiterating his promise and making significant changes. First, their names were changed. Abram, meaning exalted father, became Abraham, meaning father of many. Sarai's name also changed to Sarah, signifying God's plan for a great lineage. Then God introduced circumcision as a physical sign of the covenant, a practice that all males in Abraham's household were to follow. But the biggest news was God's clear declaration that Sarah would bear a son within a year despite her advanced age. Abraham's initial reaction was disbelief. He fell face down. He laughed and said to himself, "Can a child be born to a man 100 years old? Can Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? Genesis 17 verse 17. He suggested that Ishmael be the chosen heir, but God firmly responded, "Your wife, Sarah, will bear you a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him." Genesis 17 verse 19. Shortly after, 3 mysterious visitors arrived at Abraham's camp. One of them, revealed to be the Lord, repeated the promise. Sarah, overhearing from inside the tent, laughed in doubt, but she was gently reminded, "Is anything too hard for the Lord?" Genesis 18 verse 14. As promised, Sarah conceived and bore a son named Isaac. When Abraham was 100 years old and she was 90, the name Isaac, meaning he laughs, captured how doubt had transformed into joy. Sarah declared, "God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me." Genesis 21 verse 6. But Isaac's birth also brought tension into the family. During the celebration feast for Isaac, Sarah, his walk was not isolation but intercession. Like Moses, like Jesus, like the prophets, Enoch cared. That invites us to an existential question. For whom do you live? Who benefits from your faith? Who finds peace in your way of inhabiting time? The righteous do not live only for reward. They live because they know that their fidelity is seed for those who will come. Enoch saw the cross but prepared the way. He did not see the kingdom, but he announced it with his life. So also we are witnesses of something that has not yet arrived but already vibrates within us. Time as a path, not as a burden. Enoch teaches that time is not a race or a trap. It is an opportunity to transform oneself. Each minute can be a step toward the eternal. Each day can be a living prayer. He did not build empires, did not leave treaties, but left a model of alternative existence. A spirituality that does not depend on noise but on attunement with God. We live trapped between the past and the future. Enoch teaches us that eternity happens now, that walking with God is not an event but a constant decision, that judgment is not punishment but restoration, that eternity is not distance but a flame lit in the hearts that know how to wait. So the final teaching is simple and profound. Walk, do not run, do not flee, do not stop. Walk with God, because in every step you take with Him, time ceases to be mortal and becomes eternal. A redeemed time. One of the most enigmatic aspects of human existence is the feeling of having wasted time. How many days have gone by without purpose? How many years have we walked without direction? As if time were a river that sweeps us away instead of a path that we travel. But Enoch redeemed time. His walk with God did not begin at birth. What we know of him, his spiritual transformation, occurred after he had lived many years. His example reminds us that it is never too late to begin. Saw Ishmael mocking him. She demanded, "Get rid of that slave woman and her son, for that slave woman's son will never share in the inheritance with my son Isaac." Genesis 21 verse 10. Though this saddened Abraham, God supported Sarah's request and promised that Ishmael would also become a great nation. Then Abraham faced the most difficult test of all. God commanded, "Take your son, your only son, Isaac, whom you love, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you." Genesis 22 verse 2. Without hesitation, Abraham obeyed God's instructions. Just before the sacrifice, God intervened and stopped him. This powerful moment demonstrated Abraham's profound faith and revealed that God doesn't desire human sacrifice. Instead, he provided a ram as a substitute for Isaac, foreshadowing the substitutionary sacrifice in Israel's faith. This event brought the strongest confirmation of God's promise. "I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you, and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me." Genesis 22 verses 16 to 18. Following Sarah's death, Abraham arranged for Isaac to marry a woman from his own people in Haran, not a local Canaanite. Guided by God, Abraham's servant found Rebekah at a well and recognized her as the chosen one for Isaac. Their story begins in Genesis 24, verse 67. Isaac brought Rebekah into the tent of his mother Sarah. She became his wife and he loved her. But just like Sarah, Rebekah was initially unable to conceive. Genesis 25 verse 21 states that Isaac prayed for her, and God answered. She became pregnant, but the pregnancy was difficult. The children struggled within her womb. Genesis 25 verse 22. Seeking God's guidance, Rebekah received. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for more films and teachings on the Word of God. May the Lord bless you abundantly. An important message: 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples from within you will be separated. 1 people will be stronger than the other, and the older will serve the younger. Genesis 25 verse 23. When the twins were born, they were very different. Esau was born first. His skin was reddish, and he was covered with hair, like a garment. Genesis 25 verse 25. Jacob was born afterward, grasping Esau's heel. Their appearances foreshadowed what their personalities and paths in life would be. As they grew, Esau became a skilled hunter who spent time outdoors. Jacob was a quiet man, staying at home in the tents. Genesis 25 verse 27. Even their parents had favorites. Isaac preferred Esau because he enjoyed the game he brought him, while Rebekah felt more affection for Jacob. Genesis 25 verse 28. This favoritism laid the groundwork for future problems. The first major conflict occurred when Esau returned from the field, exhausted and hungry. Jacob was cooking some stew and saw an opportunity to make a deal. "Sell me your birthright," he said. Genesis 25 verse 31. Esau, focused on his hunger and not on his future, responded, "Look, I am about to die. What good is the birthright to me?" Genesis 25 verse 32. By giving it up so easily, Esau showed he didn't value it. Genesis 25 verse 34. Years passed. When Isaac was old and nearly blind, he planned to bless Esau. Rebekah, remembering what God had said and devising a plan, she dressed Jacob as Esau, cooked a meal that Isaac enjoyed, and instructed Jacob to pretend to be the firstborn. The plan worked. Isaac gave Jacob the blessing intended for Esau. "May nations serve you and peoples bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed." Genesis 27 verse 29. When Esau discovered the truth, he cried out in deep anguish, "Bless me, me too, my father." Genesis 27 verse 34. Isaac, unable to reverse the blessing, gave Esau a lesser blessing. Esau would live with difficulty, but one day he would break free from Jacob. Filled with rage and wounded, Esau resolved to kill Jacob after his father's death. Knowing that Jacob's life was in danger, Rebekah arranged his flight to her brother Laban's house in Haran. Though the excuse was to find a wife, her true goal was to protect him. Thus the chosen heir left his home not in triumph but as a fugitive with an uncertain path ahead. This family drama illustrates how God fulfills his will even when people act wrongly, with favoritism, deception, and lies. None of these actions were right, but they all were part of the promise made before the twins were born. On the way to Haran, Jacob had a powerful spiritual experience in a place later named Bethel. He dreamed of a stairway resting on the earth, with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. Genesis 28 verse 12. Above it stood the Lord, confirming the covenant made with Abraham. "I am the Lord, the God of your grandfather Abraham and the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying." Genesis 28 verse 13. Upon awakening, Jacob realized that place was holy. "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it," he said. Genesis 28 verse 16. He set up a stone as a pillar and made a vow, asking for God's protection. During his journey, it was a sign that His faith was beginning to grow, though it wasn't yet complete. When Jacob arrived in Haran, he met Rachel, Laban's daughter, and fell in love immediately. He offered to work 7 years to marry her, but because of his love, that time seemed like only a few days. Genesis 29 verse 20. But Laban deceived him. On the wedding night he gave Jacob Leah, Rachel's older sister. The next morning Laban explained, "It is not our custom to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older one." Genesis 29 verse 26. This was ironic, as Jacob had taken the place of his older brother. Jacob agreed to work 7 more years to marry Rachel, ending up with both sisters as wives. During his time in Haran, Jacob had 11 sons and 1 daughter, with his wives and their maidservants. These sons would later form the 12 tribes of Israel, with Joseph's 2 sons becoming separate tribes. After 20 years, Jacob decided to return to Canaan. Laban didn't want to lose him, as Jacob's labor had brought much prosperity. Jacob left secretly, and when Laban caught up with him, they made peace with a stone as a marker called Galeed. But Jacob's greatest fear was seeing Esau again, the brother who had once threatened his life. He sent messengers ahead, and they reported back that Esau was coming with 400 men. Terrified, Jacob divided his group into 2 to protect them. He sent generous gifts to appease Esau and spent a pivotal night wrestling with a mysterious figure. Genesis 32 verse 24 to 30. Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him till daybreak. The man asked him, "What is your name?" "Jacob," he replied. Then the man said, "Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome." This new name reflected an interchange from Jacob, the one who grabs, to Israel, he who struggles with God, or Prince of God. The man who had once used deception to obtain blessings now received one through sincere personal struggle. Injured in the hip, Jacob approached Esau no longer as a deceiver but as someone transformed by a divine encounter. To his surprise, Esau greeted him with peace, not anger. He ran to meet him, embraced him warmly, kissed him, and they both wept. Genesis 33 verse 4. After that emotional encounter, the brothers separated. Esau returned to Seir, while Jacob moved first to Succoth and then to Shechem. Life in Canaan brought new hardships. For Jacob, his daughter Dinah was assaulted. His sons responded with a brutal revenge against the city of Shechem. His wife Rachel died giving birth to Benjamin, and his son Reuben dishonored him by sleeping with Bilhah. Still, Jacob had moments of renewed faith, especially when he returned to Bethel, where God confirmed his new name and the promises made to his family. Of Jacob's 12 sons, Joseph was his favorite. Israel loved him more than any of his other sons, because he had been born to him in his old age, and he made an ornate robe for him. Genesis 37 verse 3. This favoritism, along with Joseph's dreams about ruling his family, provoked intense envy among his brothers. They could not speak a kind word to him. Genesis 37 verse 4. Their envy exploded when Joseph was sent to check on them at a distant pasture. "Here comes that dreamer," they said. "Come now, let's kill him and throw him into one of these cisterns." Genesis 37 verses 19 to 20. Reuben intervened to prevent his death, suggesting that they throw him alive into a cistern, hoping to rescue him later. But before he could do so, Judah proposed selling Joseph to some Ishmaelite traders. For 20 shekels of silver they sold him, and Joseph was taken to Egypt. To conceal the truth, they dipped Joseph's ornate robe in goat's blood and took it back to Jacob, who believed a wild animal had killed his son. In Egypt, Joseph was sold to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh. With God's help, Joseph prospered. Potiphar saw that the Lord was with Joseph and that the Lord gave him success in everything he did. Genesis 39 verses 2-3. Impressed, Potiphar put him in charge of his entire household. Joseph's situation changed drastically when Potiphar's wife tried to seduce him. He repeatedly refused, saying, "How then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?" Genesis 39 verse 9. Rejected, she falsely accused him of assault, leading to Joseph's imprisonment. Even in prison, God remained with Joseph, was kind to him and helped him gain the confidence of the warden. Genesis 39 verse 21. The warden eventually put him in charge of the other prisoners. During this time, Joseph interpreted the dreams of two of Pharaoh's officials, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. His interpretations proved to be true. The cupbearer was restored to his position, while the baker was executed. Joseph asked the cupbearer to mention him to Pharaoh, but the cupbearer completely forgot about him. Genesis 40 verse 23. 2 years later, Pharaoh began to have disturbing dreams that none of his wise men could explain. It was then that the cupbearer remembered Joseph and he was brought out of prison. Joseph told Pharaoh, "I cannot do it, but God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires." Genesis 41 verse 16. He explained that the dreams foretold 7 years of abundance followed by 7 years of famine. Joseph advised Pharaoh to appoint a wise man to manage the provisions during the good years. Pharaoh was so impressed with Joseph's wisdom that he chose him for the position. "I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt," he declared. Genesis 41 verse 41. At just 30 years old, Joseph went from being a prisoner to a governor. Pharaoh gave him a royal signet ring, fine clothing, a gold chain, a chariot, and a new Egyptian name, Zaphenath-Paneah. Joseph also married Asenath, a woman from a noble family, and had 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. As predicted, Egypt enjoyed 7 years of abundance, followed by a severe famine that spread to other lands. When food became scarce in Canaan, Jacob sent 10 of his sons to Egypt to buy grain, keeping Benjamin, the youngest, at home for his safety. Unbeknownst to them, Joseph, now a powerful Egyptian leader, recognized his brothers instantly, though they failed to see him in his Egyptian attire and authority. Concealing his identity, Joseph accused them of being spies, demanding they bring their youngest brother, Benjamin, as proof of their honesty. As collateral, he detained Simeon while secretly returning their payment within their grain sacks. As the famine worsened, Jacob reluctantly allowed Benjamin to journey with Judah, who personally guaranteed his safety. Upon their return, Joseph invited them to a feast. Overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of Benjamin, he devised one final test. He had his silver cup hidden in Benjamin's sack, then accused them all of theft. When the cup was discovered, Judah stepped forward, offering himself as a slave in Benjamin's place, explaining that his father could not bear the loss of another son of Rachel. Judah's willingness to sacrifice himself revealed the profound change in him and his brothers, especially considering that he was the one who suggested selling Joseph into slavery years before. Deeply moved by this display of repentance and brotherly love, Joseph could no longer contain himself. He finally revealed his true identity. "I am Joseph," he declared, his voice thick with emotion, "your brother, whom you sold into slavery in Egypt." Genesis 45 verse 4. Seeing their fear and astonishment, Joseph reassured them, explaining that everything had happened for a greater purpose. "Don't blame yourselves for selling me," he comforted them. "God sent me ahead of you to save lives." Genesis 45 verse 5. Then, extending an invitation of unparalleled generosity, he invited his entire family to come and live in Egypt under his protection, as 5 more years of famine still loomed. With the Pharaoh's blessing, Jacob and his whole family, 70 souls in all, migrated to Egypt and settled in Goshen, a fertile and prosperous land. The reunion between Jacob and Joseph was filled with overwhelming emotion. Seeing his son alive and well, Jacob exclaimed, "Now I can die in peace." Genesis 46 verse 30. Jacob lived another 17 years in Egypt, during which he blessed all his sons, paying special attention to Joseph's two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, treating them as his own grandsons. Before his death, Jacob made Joseph promise not to bury him in Egypt but in the family tomb in Canaan. Joseph honored that pledge, leading a grand funeral procession to the cave of Machpelah. This act demonstrated his belief that their true homeland remained Canaan, just as God had promised. Years later, as Joseph neared his own death, he made a similar declaration. "Soon I will die, but God will surely come to your aid and take you up out of this land to the land he promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." Genesis 50 verse 24. He made his family swear to carry his bones back to Canaan when that time came, a symbol of faith in a future liberation that would occur centuries later during the Exodus. Thus, the story of the patriarchs concludes with the family living far from the promised land, yet still clinging to God's promises. In Egypt, Jacob's descendants grew rapidly. The Israelites were fruitful, multiplied greatly, and became so numerous that they filled the region. Exodus 1 verse 7. This rapid growth fulfilled God's promise to make Abraham's family a great nation, but success brought danger. A new Pharaoh arose, one who did not know Joseph. Exodus 1 verse 8. Seeing the increasing number of Israelites, he perceived them as a threat to his power. To control them, he subjected them to harsh forced labor, driving them relentlessly to build his cities. Exodus 1 verse 11. But the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied. Exodus 1 verse 12. So the Pharaoh resorted to even crueler tactics, ordering the Hebrew midwives to secretly kill all newborn male children. When the midwives refused to obey his orders, fearing God more than the Pharaoh, he issued a public decree. "Every Hebrew boy that is born you must throw into the Nile River." Exodus 1 verse 22. It was during this period of deadly persecution that Moses was born, as recorded in Exodus 2 verse 2. A Levite woman gave birth to a son, and seeing that he was special, she hid him for 3 months, shielding him from the Pharaoh's murderous decree. When she could no longer conceal him, she prepared a papyrus basket, sealing it with tar and pitch, and placed the baby inside. Then she set the basket among the reeds along the bank of the Nile River. Exodus 2 verse 3. Through divine intervention, the Pharaoh's daughter found the baby and decided to save him. His sister Miriam cleverly suggested finding a Hebrew woman to nurse the child and brought his own mother. So Moses' mother was paid to care for her own son until he was old enough to live with the Pharaoh's daughter. She named him Moses, explaining, "I drew him out of the water." Exodus 2 verse 10. Moses grew up with all the privileges of Egyptian royalty, receiving an elite education, though he never forgot his Hebrew heritage. At the age of 40, that inner conflict erupted when he killed an Egyptian who was beating a Hebrew slave. When his act became public knowledge, Moses fled to Midian, fearing the Pharaoh's wrath. There, he married Zipporah, the daughter of a local priest named Jethro, and spent the next 40 years tending sheep, an unexpected preparation for leading a nation. Then, an event occurred that would forever change his life, as described in Exodus 3 verse 2. An angel appeared to him in a blazing fire from within a bush that burned without being consumed. As he approached to investigate, God called to him by name, warning him to show reverence. "Take off your sandals," God commanded, "for you are standing on holy ground." Exodus 3 verse 5. God declared, "I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them." Exodus 3 verses 7 to 8. Then, he gave Moses a mission of immense importance. "So now go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people the Israelites out of Egypt." Exodus 3 verse 10. Moses hesitated and questioned his ability, feeling unworthy of such a great task. When he asked for God's name, the response was profound and powerful. "I am who I am," God replied. "This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you." Exodus 3 verse 14. This name spoke of an eternal and unchangeable being, the very essence of existence. Still, Moses resisted, so God appointed his brother Aaron as his spokesperson. Back in Egypt, Moses and Aaron gathered the elders of Israel, performed miraculous signs, and announced God's plan of liberation. The people initially believed them, but when Moses delivered God's message to Pharaoh, "Let my people go," Exodus 5 verse 1, the Pharaoh responded with disdain. "Who is the Lord, that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go." Exodus 5 verse 2. In retaliation, he made their work even harder, demanding that they produce the same number of bricks without straw. The people turned against Moses, blaming him for their increased hardship. Moses, heartbroken, cried out to God, beginning to understand that liberating others would not be quick or easy, and that not everyone would support him, not even those he came to save. God responded to Moses' desperate plea with a promise. "Now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh. Because of my mighty hand he will let them go. Because of my mighty hand he will drive them out of his country." Exodus 6 verse 1. The time had come to reveal God's power in astonishing ways. The first plague began when the Pharaoh refused the demand to free the Israelites. Moses struck the Nile River with his staff, and as narrated in Exodus 7 verses 20 to 21, all the water in the river turned to blood. The fish died, and the water emitted a terrible stench. It was a direct blow to the Nile, which the Egyptians considered sacred, but the Pharaoh's heart remained hardened, leading to a second plague. Frogs came up out of the river and invaded the land, swarming through their homes, their beds, and their ovens. It was a challenge to Hecate, the goddess of fertility, mocking her supposed power. The Pharaoh begged for the plague to stop, promising to let the people go, but when the frogs disappeared, he broke his word. The third plague came without warning. Dust turned into gnats or mosquitoes that covered people and animals, tormenting them relentlessly. This time, the Pharaoh's magicians could not imitate the miracle. They admitted, "This is the finger of God." Exodus 8 verse 19. The fourth plague, swarms of flies, marked a key turning point. God declared, "But on that day I will deal differently with the land of Goshen, where my people live. No swarms of flies will be there, so you will know that I, the Lord, am in this land. I will make a distinction between my people and your people." Exodus 8 verses 22 to 23. From then on, the Israelites in Goshen were spared from the plagues, a clear sign of God's favor and protection. Then came a disease that killed the Egyptian livestock, striking at gods associated with animals. Afterward, painful sores broke out on people and animals. Exodus 9 verse 10. The seventh plague brought a devastating hailstorm mixed with fire. Before it arrived, God warned the Egyptians to protect their livestock. Some obeyed and were spared. Others ignored the warning and suffered the consequences. The eighth plague of locusts devoured everything that remained, stripping the land bare. Even the Pharaoh's advisors pleaded with him to release the Israelites, recognizing the devastation the plagues were causing. Still, the Pharaoh resisted, clinging to his pride and power. The ninth plague brought a darkness so thick it could be felt. It lasted for 3 days, shrouding Egypt in an oppressive gloom, but the Israelites had light in their homes. Exodus 10 verse 23. It was a direct affront to Ra, the sun god, demonstrating God's dominion over even the most powerful deities. Still, the Pharaoh refused to allow their complete departure. Then came the 10th plague, the death of every firstborn son in Egypt, a final and devastating judgment against all the Egyptian gods. Exodus 12 verse 12. God instructed the Israelites to prepare a lamb, mark their doorframes with its blood, and eat it with bitter herbs and unleavened bread. "When I see the blood," God promised, "I will pass over you. No destructive plague will touch you when I strike Egypt." Exodus 12 verse 13. At midnight, death swept through the land as promised. A great wail arose throughout Egypt. In every household someone had died. Exodus 12 verse 30. At last, the Pharaoh relented, his spirit broken by the loss of his own son. "Up," he cried, his voice filled with desperation and grief. "Leave my people, you and the Israelites. Go worship the Lord as you have requested." Exodus 12 verse 31. The 10 plagues demonstrated that the God of Israel was more powerful than all the Egyptian gods, displaying control over nature that the Egyptians believed was governed by a multitude of deities. The Israelites left Egypt in haste, eager to escape the land of their oppression. Following instructions, they asked the Egyptians for silver, gold, and clothing, and the Egyptians gave them what they asked for, eager to see them gone. Exodus 12 verse 35. This was seen as compensation for so many years of enslavement, a small measure of restitution for the suffering they had endured. The group that left was enormous, numbering around 600,000 men on foot, not counting women and children. Exodus 12 verse 37. Adding women and children, the total number likely exceeded 2 million. From the very beginning, God directed their path, leading them out of Egypt and toward the Promised Land. He manifested his presence in a pillar of cloud during the day, providing shade from the scorching sun, and in a pillar of fire by night, offering light and warmth. Exodus 13 verse 21. This constant sign of his presence showed them where to go, assuring them of his guidance. Interestingly, God did not lead them by the shortest route, which would have been through the land of the Philistines. Instead, he guided them toward a place between the sea and the approaching Egyptian army, a strategic move that would test their faith and demonstrate his power. Shortly after their departure, the Pharaoh, regretting his decision to let them go, sent his soldiers to bring them back, his heart hardening once more. Seeing the army approaching, the Israelites were filled with fear, their newfound freedom threatened. "Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you brought us to the desert to die?" they cried out in despair. "What have you done to us by bringing us out of Egypt?" Exodus 14 verse 11. But Moses remained calm and resolute, his faith unshaken. "Do not be afraid," he urged them. "Stand firm and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." Exodus 14 verses 13 to 14. What happened next was one of the most powerful miracles ever recorded, a testament to God's unwavering love and protection. Exodus 14 verses 21 to 22 recounts. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and all that night the Lord drove the sea back with a strong east wind and turned it into dry land. The waters were divided, and the people went through the sea on dry ground, with a wall of water on their right and on their left. The Egyptians followed them into the same path, their chariots rumbling across the dry seabed, confident in their pursuit. But God caused confusion among their troops, making their chariot wheels lock and their progress difficult. Exodus 14 verse 24. Once the Israelites had reached the safety of the other side, God unleashed his power once more. The sea rushed back to its place, engulfing the Pharaoh's army, including his chariots and horsemen, burying them beneath the waves. Exodus 14 verse 28. This moment demonstrated God's absolute authority over creation, his ability to defy the laws of nature to protect his chosen people. The Israelites witnessed the mighty act of God against Egypt and were filled with awe, reverence, and renewed trust in his power and provision. Exodus 14 verse 31. In celebration, Moses led the people in a song of praise, extolling God's greatness and faithfulness. Miriam led the women with dancing and tambourines, their voices ringing out in joyous gratitude. This event became the defining moment of their history, the most important remembrance of how God saved them, and it was frequently mentioned as proof of his power and unwavering commitment to his people. But the joy soon turned to struggle as life in the desert began, presenting new challenges and testing their faith in unexpected ways. Only 3 days later, they faced a daunting problem. They arrived at a place called Marah, but the water there was too bitter to drink, leaving them parched and desperate. Exodus 15 verse 23. The people grumbled against Moses, their initial gratitude quickly fading into resentment. Moses, turning to God in prayer, cried out for guidance. God showed him a piece of wood and instructed him to throw it into the bitter water. Moses obeyed, and miraculously, the water became fit to drink, quenching their thirst and restoring their hope. This event marked the beginning of a repeated pattern, a cycle of difficulty, complaints, divine intervention, and a spiritual lesson learned. Their next stop was Elim, a tranquil oasis with 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, a welcome respite after the hardship of the desert. Exodus 15 verse 27. But that rest was short-lived. When the food they had brought from Egypt ran out, they grumbled again, their stomachs empty and their memories of Egypt becoming idealized. God responded with two kinds of food, providing for their needs in a miraculous and consistent manner. At twilight you will eat meat, and in the morning you will be filled with bread. Exodus 16 verse 12. Quail arrived in the evening, covering the camp with a bounty of meat, and in the morning, a thin layer of flakes like frost covered the ground. This was the manna, the bread from heaven, a gift from God to sustain them in the wilderness. Exodus 16 verse 14. God gave clear instructions about the manna, teaching them about obedience and trust. Gather only as much as you need for one day, he commanded. On the sixth day, gather twice as much, so that you can rest on the Sabbath day. These rules help them learn to trust God for daily provision and to keep the Sabbath holy, setting apart a day for rest and worship. The Israelites ate manna for 40 years, until they entered the land where people already lived, a testament to God's faithfulness and provision. Exodus 16 verse 35. Later, at a place called Rephidim, they faced another water shortage, their thirst driving them to desperation once more. God instructed Moses to strike a rock with his staff, and water gushed out, providing enough for everyone to drink, a powerful display of his ability to provide in the most unlikely circumstances. In Rephidim, they also fought their first battle. The Amalekites attacked, and Joshua led the Israelite army into battle, while Moses stood on a nearby hill, holding his hands up in prayer. As long as he kept his hands raised, Israel prevailed, but when he grew tired and lowered them, the Amalekites gained the upper hand. Seeing his struggle, Aaron and Hur held up his arms until sunset, ensuring Israel's victory. This moment demonstrated that success came both through action and reliance on God, a lesson that would serve them well in the years to come. Before they reached Mount Sinai, Moses' father-in-law, Jethro, came to visit him. He noticed that Moses was exhausted by resolving all the people's problems alone, spending long hours hearing their disputes and rendering judgment. Jethro wisely advised him to appoint other leaders to help with the cases, delegating authority and sharing the burden of leadership. Moses accepted the advice and established a better way to administer the community during their time in the desert, a crucial step in organizing the nation for the challenges ahead. 3 months after leaving Egypt, the Israelites arrived at Sinai and camped near the mountain, preparing for a momentous encounter with God. Exodus 19 verses 3-4 says that Moses went up the mountain, and God spoke to him, telling him to say this to Israel. You yourselves have seen what I did to Egypt, and how I carried you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. This moment introduced God's covenant with Israel, a sacred agreement based not on their merit, but on God's love and power demonstrated when he delivered them from slavery. Then came the proposal, a conditional offer of unparalleled privilege and responsibility. Now if you obey me fully and keep my covenant, then out of all nations you will be my treasured possession. Although the whole earth is mine, you will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Exodus 19 verses 5-6. This offer created a unique bond and a purposeful role for Israel. They would belong especially to God and act as a bridge between him and the rest of the world, a beacon of righteousness and a testament to his saving grace. This covenant did not nullify God's earlier promise to Abraham, but gave structure to how that promise would be fulfilled, outlining the conditions for their blessing and defining their role in God's plan for humanity. All the people responded in unison, their voices echoing with enthusiasm and commitment. Everything the Lord has said we will do. Exodus 19 verse 8. Their response was enthusiastic and sincere, but over time, it would become clear that keeping that promise would be a constant challenge, requiring unwavering faith and obedience. After the initial agreement to the covenant, the people began to prepare for the official moment when God would speak to them, a divine encounter of unparalleled significance. Moses told them to prepare themselves for 2 days, washing their clothes and abstaining from sexual relations, signifying their purification and readiness to meet their holy God. They were warned not to approach or touch the mountain, emphasizing the sacredness of the event. Exodus 19 verse 12 says, "Put limits for the people around the mountain and tell them, 'Be careful that you do not go up the mountain or touch the foot of it. Whoever touches the mountain shall surely be put to death.'" This rule showed how holy God is and the importance of showing profound respect in His presence, reminding them of their own unworthiness and the need for reverence before the Almighty. On the 3rd day, God revealed Himself in a powerful and awe-inspiring way. Exodus 19 verses 16 to 19 explains that early in the morning, there was thunder, lightning, and a thick cloud covering the mountain. A loud trumpet blast resounded, piercing the air and shaking the ground. Mount Sinai was covered with smoke, because the Lord descended on it in fire. The smoke billowed up like smoke from a furnace, the earth trembling beneath the weight of God's presence. The whole mountain trembled violently, a testament to the immense power that was being unleashed. The sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder, a deafening blast that filled the heavens and the earth. This dramatic appearance of God was intended to inspire awe, fear, and a profound respect for His holiness. The people trembled and remained at a distance, their hearts filled with both wonder and terror. Exodus 20 verse 18. They recognized how superior God was to them, how His power and glory transcended their understanding. From this incredible moment, God gave them the 10 Commandments, which became the heart of the covenant, the cornerstone of their relationship with Him. These commandments, also called the Decalogue, formed the moral foundation of the covenant at Sinai, providing a clear and concise set of guidelines for their behavior. They are found in Exodus 20 verses 2 to 17 and repeated in Deuteronomy 5 verses 6 to 21. These essential rules shaped how Israel would relate to God and to one another, establishing a framework for a just and righteous society. The commandments begin with a reminder, a declaration of God's identity and His redemptive act. "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of slavery." Exodus 20 verse 2. This introduction shows that the commandments were not arbitrary rules, but a response to a God who had already shown mercy and power, a grateful acknowledgement of His deliverance. The motivation for obedience came from gratitude, not just from fear, a recognition of the debt they owed to their Savior. The commandments are divided into 2 main parts. The first 4 focus on people's relationship with God, defining their responsibilities in worship and reverence, and the last 6 on how to treat others, establishing principles for ethical and just interactions within the community. The first commandment makes it clear, establishing God's singular authority and demanding exclusive loyalty. "You shall have no other gods before me." Exodus 20 verse 3. In a world where many gods were worshipped, this demand for allegiance to one God, even if the existence of others was believed, was revolutionary, a radical departure from the religious norms of the time. Later, this would transform into the belief in one true God, the sole creator and ruler of the universe. The second commandment prohibits idols, striking at the heart of pagan worship and establishing God's transcendence. "You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above or on the earth beneath or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the 3rd and 4th generation of those who hate me, but showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments." Exodus 20 verses 4 to 6. This rule separated Israel from the neighboring nations, where idols formed an integral part of religious life. It prevented the idea of God from being reduced to an object and prevented rituals from being used to try to control divine power, emphasizing the spiritual nature of God and the importance of a personal relationship with Him. The third commandment protects the sacredness of God's name, demanding reverence and preventing its misuse. "You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless who misuses His name." Exodus 20 verse 7. More than prohibiting lies and insults, it called for a deep respect for God's nature and honor, recognizing the power and holiness associated with His name. His name was to be invoked with reverence and used only in ways that reflected his character. It represented who he truly was. The fourth commandment instructed them to observe the Sabbath day. Remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy, Exodus 20 verse 8 commanded. This weekly pause held multiple layers of significance. It served as a reminder of creation itself, echoing the events described in Exodus 20 verse 11, a testament to God's creative power and the deliberate rhythm he established for the world. It also prompted reflection on their liberation from slavery in Egypt, as stated in Deuteronomy 5 verse 15. This freedom wasn't merely physical. It was a freedom to worship, to rest, and to live according to God's design. Moreover, it provided much-needed physical rest, creating a vital balance between labor and worship, a harmonious blend of the temporal and the spiritual. The fifth commandment addressed familial relationships, commanding, "Honor your father and your mother." Exodus 20 verse 12. This was the only commandment accompanied by a promise, the promise of a long life. This rule fortified the family structure, which served as the very bedrock of their entire society. Obedience to parents wasn't just about respecting authority. It was about ensuring the transmission of values, traditions, and the collective wisdom of generations. The sixth commandment unequivocally defended the sanctity of life. "You shall not murder," Exodus 20 verse 13. This commandment sought to protect human life, emphasizing that individuals were created in God's image, possessing inherent worth and dignity. While it didn't prohibit all acts that resulted in death, such as legal punishment or acts of self-defense and protecting others, it firmly established that life was sacred and deserving of protection. The seventh commandment safeguarded the sanctity of marriage. "You shall not commit adultery," Exodus 20 verse 14. It defended the family unit, recognizing its crucial role in maintaining social order and stability. Its prominent position in the list underscored how central the family was to their covenant life. A breach of this commandment threatened not only individual relationships but the very fabric of society. The eighth commandment protected property rights. "You shall not steal," Exodus 20 verse 15. By acknowledging the concept of personal property, this law supported fair dealings and respect for the possessions of others. It instilled a sense of responsibility and discouraged the pursuit of gain through dishonest means. It ensured a stable and just society where individuals could enjoy the fruits of their labor. The ninth commandment upheld the importance of truth. "You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor," Exodus 20 verse 16. Although primarily focused on legal proceedings, the principle extended to all forms of honest communication. Truth was the cornerstone of justice and trust between individuals, without which society would crumble. It promoted transparency, integrity, and accountability in all interactions. The 10th commandment delved into the realm of inner thoughts and desires. "You shall not covet," Exodus 20 verse 17. Rather than merely addressing outward actions, this law tackled the root of sin, the desires and intentions that drive behavior. It demonstrated that evil desires inevitably lead to evil deeds, and that true righteousness begins within the heart, in the cultivation of pure motives and unselfish ambitions. These teachings differed markedly from other ancient legal codes, being concise, clear, and focused on inner morality. They formed a foundational moral framework that was later expanded into numerous detailed rules and ultimately summarized by Jesus as love for God and love for neighbor. Following the giving of the 10 Commandments, Moses received more detailed laws built upon this foundation. These further instructions, found in Exodus 21 through 23, are known collectively as the Book of the Covenant. They covered a wide range of topics, including civil life, criminal offenses, and religious practices. The civil regulations included guidelines for treating slaves with a degree of kindness uncommon in other nations. Laws were established regarding liability for damages, lending practices, and the treatment of foreigners, widows, and orphans. These rules often reflected an extraordinary level of compassion, as exemplified in Exodus 22 verses 26 to 27. If you take your neighbor's cloak as a pledge, return it by sunset, because that cloak is the only covering your neighbor has. What else can they sleep in? When they cry out to me, I will hear, for I am compassionate. The penal laws outlined punishments for various offenses based on the principle of equitable justice. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, as described in Exodus 21-24. Far from promoting revenge, this concept served to control retribution, preventing excessive or disproportionate punishments. It was a system of checks and balances, designed to ensure fairness and prevent the escalation of violence. The religious laws focused on worship, holy days, offerings, and generosity. They prohibited rituals borrowed from neighboring nations and mandated 3 special festivals each year, during which all men were required to appear before God. After delivering these mandates, Moses led a sacred ceremony to formally ratify the covenant. Exodus 24 verses 4-8 recounts how Moses wrote down God's words, rose early in the morning, built an altar at the foot of the mountain, and erected 12 pillars, 1 for each tribe of Israel. He then took blood from the sacrificial offerings, sprinkled it on the people, and proclaimed, "This is the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you in accordance with all these words." This event mirrored the covenant-making practices of the ancient world. The written record left no room for ambiguity. The altar and the 12 pillars represented God and the people involved in the agreement. The blood symbolized a profound commitment, even unto death, and by applying it to both the altar and the people, it signified a shared promise. The phrase "blood of the covenant" emphasized the solemnity of the agreement, underscoring the binding nature of their commitment to God and to one another. Immediately following this solemn ceremony came an extraordinary shared meal. Exodus 24 verses 9-11 relates that Moses, Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and 70 elders ascended the mountain and beheld the God of Israel. Beneath his feet was something resembling a pavement made of sapphire, as clear as the sky itself. They gazed upon God, and they ate and drank. This meal symbolized peace and acceptance between God and the leaders of Israel, signifying that their relationship had been restored and that they were in communion with the divine. Following the meal, God invited Moses to ascend even higher on the mountain to receive further instructions. Exodus 24 verse 12 records, "The Lord said to Moses, 'Come up to me on the mountain and stay here, and I will give you the tablets of stone with the law and commandments I have written for their instruction.' Moses, later accompanied by Joshua, entered the cloud that enveloped the mountain and remained there for 40 days and nights. During this extended period, God provided specific instructions for the construction of the tabernacle, the portable place of worship where God would dwell among his people. This next stage in the Sinai narrative was critical for establishing the proper form of worship as they journeyed through the wilderness. Moses remained on the mountain far longer than anticipated, and the people grew restless. Exodus 32 verse 1 states, "When the people saw that Moses was so long in coming down from the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said, 'Come, make us gods who will go before us. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him.'" This moment of panic exposed how poorly they had grasped the first 2 commandments, given just weeks earlier. The desire for tangible images of God revealed their persistent attachment to Egyptian religious practices and their deep-seated fear of abandonment. Surprisingly, Aaron readily complied. He instructed them, "Take off your gold earrings and bring them to me." He then fashioned the gold into the shape of a cast image, a golden calf. Exodus 32 verses 2-4. This golden calf, likely representing a young bull, did not necessarily symbolize a new god altogether, but rather was intended to represent Yahweh. As Aaron proclaimed, "These are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." Exodus 32 verse 4. This made the sin all the more insidious. It wasn't a rejection of God, but an attempt to worship him through images, possibly mimicking Egyptian idols like the Apis bull. Aaron further attempted to legitimize the act by announcing, "Tomorrow there will be a festival to the Lord." Exodus 32 verse 5. God reacted swiftly and with severity. He said to Moses, "Your people, whom you brought up out of Egypt, have become corrupt. They have turned away quickly from what I commanded them and have made themselves an idol cast in the shape of a calf." Exodus 32 verses 7-8. Notice that God now referred to Israel as your people. distancing himself and indicating that the covenant bond had been damaged. He then informed Moses of his intention to destroy them and begin anew with him. "Now leave me alone so that my anger may burn against them and that I may destroy them. Then I will make you into a great nation." Exodus 32 verse 10. This put Moses to the test, offering him a role akin to that of Abraham. Moses' response revealed his true leadership. He based his plea on three compelling reasons: the reputation of God among the nations, questioning what Egypt would think; the promises made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob; and the merciful nature of God. Exodus 32 verse 14 tells us what happened next. Then the Lord relented and did not bring on his people the disaster he had threatened. When Moses descended and witnessed the idolatry with his own eyes, he was consumed with righteous anger. He shattered the tablets of stone, symbolically demonstrating that the covenant had been broken. He destroyed the golden calf, grinding it to powder, mixing it with water, and forcing the people to drink it, demonstrating the utter futility of their idol. When he confronted Aaron offered a feeble excuse, claiming that the calf had simply emerged from the fire. "I threw the gold into the fire, and out came this calf." Exodus 32 verse 24. His lack of accountability stood in stark contrast to the courageous leadership of Moses. Then Moses declared, "Whoever is for the Lord, come to me." Exodus 32 verse 26. The Levites rallied to his side and proceeded to kill approximately 3,000 people, likely the ringleaders of the rebellion. This severe judgment sent a clear message: breaking the covenant carried grave consequences. Moses then returned to God and offered himself as a substitute for the people. "Oh, what a great sin these people have committed! They have made themselves gods of gold. But now, please forgive their sin, but if not, then blot me out of the book you have written." Exodus 32 verses 31 to 32. God refused, holding each individual accountable, but agreed to continue the covenant, though with lasting consequences. This painful episode imparted enduring lessons: the speed with which people can revert to old habits, the danger of creating physical representations of God, the gravity of the covenant relationship, and the need for faithful and strong leadership in times of spiritual failure. In the aftermath of the golden calf incident, God renewed his covenant and provided precise instructions for building the tabernacle, a mobile sanctuary where he would dwell among his people. Exodus 25 verse 8 explains, "Then have them make a sanctuary for me, and I will dwell among them." This sacred structure consisted of an outer court and a tent divided into two chambers: the holy place and the most holy place. The most holy place housed the Ark of the Covenant, a chest overlaid with gold. Inside were the stone tablets, a jar of manna, and later Aaron's staff that had budded. The Ark's cover, or mercy seat, was placed on top, where the blood of sacrifices was applied once a year on the Day of Atonement. The holy place contained three items: the altar of incense, representing prayers ascending to God; the table of showbread, symbolizing God's provision and shared fellowship; and the seven-branched lampstand, providing light and representing spiritual wisdom. Outside the tent, the courtyard held a bronze basin for washing and the altar of burnt offering. The tabernacle utilized precious materials: gold, silver, bronze, fine linens, and special wood, carefully arranged in a way that the value decreased as one moved further away from the most holy place. This design demonstrated that approaching God's presence required reverence and preparation. All the materials were sourced from voluntary offerings. Exodus 25 verse 2 states, "Tell the Israelites to bring me an offering. You are to receive the offering for me from everyone whose heart prompts them to give." Their generosity was overwhelming. Everyone who was willing and whose heart moved them came and brought an offering to the Lord for the work on the tent of meeting, for all its service, and for the sacred garments. Exodus 35 verse 21. Indeed, so much was given that Moses eventually had to instruct them to cease bringing any more. God then selected skilled artisans to lead the construction. "See, I have chosen Bezalel son of Uri, the son of Hur of the tribe of Judah, and I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with skill, ability, and knowledge in all kinds of crafts, to make artistic designs for work in gold, silver, and bronze, to cut and set stones, to work in wood, and to engage in all kinds of artistic crafts. Exodus 31 verses 2-5. This is the first instance in Scripture where someone is described as being filled with the Spirit, not for leadership or prophecy, but for creative work and technical skill. When the tabernacle was completed, exactly 1 year after the exodus from Egypt, the glory of God became visible. Then the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Exodus 40 verse 34. This visible sign confirmed God's acceptance of what had been built and demonstrated his continued presence among his people. The tabernacle would remain the center of Israelite worship for generations, until Solomon constructed a permanent temple. More profoundly, it revealed key themes that resonate throughout the entire Bible. God is both transcendent, existing beyond creation, and immanent, present within it. Human sin separates people from God. Sacrifices are necessary to restore that connection, and God desires to dwell with his people, a truth ultimately fulfilled when Christ came in human form. The Word became flesh and made his dwelling among us. And when the Holy Spirit came to indwell the church, the covenant at Sinai, with its laws, worship system, and sacred structure, established the foundation for how Israel would relate to God. Although Israel often failed to uphold it, the covenant showcased what holiness and commitment to God looked like, and paved the way for the superior covenant that Christ would bring. After spending nearly a year at Mount Sinai, receiving the law and constructing the tabernacle, the Israelites were to prepare for their journey to the land God had promised. God instructed Moses to conduct a detailed census. Numbers 1:2-3 states, "Take a census of the whole Israelite community by their clans and families, listing every man by name, one by one. You and Aaron are to number everyone in Israel 20 years or more who is able to serve in the army." The result was 603,550 men fit for battle, excluding women, children, the elderly, and the Levites. The census aided in organizing the nation and preparing them for future battles. The Levites, set apart for spiritual duties, were counted separately. Numbers 3:15 directs, "Count the men of Levi by their families and clans. Count every male a month old or more." The total was 22,000, and they were chosen to take the place of the firstborn sons of the other tribes in serving God. The camp was carefully organized with the tabernacle at its center. Numbers 2:2 instructs, "The Israelites are to camp around the tent of meeting some distance from it, each of them under their standard and holding the banners of their family. At a set distance, 3 tribes camped on each side: Judah to the east, Reuben to the south, Ephraim to the west, and Dan to the north, each under its own banner." This organization communicated a vital truth. God dwelt in the very center of the people's lives. The design of the camp reflected both unity and tribal distinction, and its cross-shaped formation pointed towards the ultimate way in which God would dwell with his people forever. Their movements were guided by divine signs. Numbers 9:17-18 states, "Whenever the cloud lifted from above the tent, the Israelites would set out. Wherever the cloud settled, the Israelites would camp. At the Lord's command, the Israelites set out, and at his command they encamped." Once everything was ready, including the use of silver trumpets to signal various events, it was time to depart. Numbers 10:11-12 records, "On the 20th day of the second month of the second year, the cloud lifted from above the tabernacle of the covenant law. Then the Israelites set out from the desert of Sinai and traveled from place to place until the cloud came to rest in the desert of Paran. Their marching followed a strict order. The tribe of Judah led the way, followed by the Levites carrying the disassembled tabernacle, and then the rest of the tribes. This organized departure marked the beginning of what they hoped would be a short journey to the Promised Land. But obedience quickly gave way to complaint. Numbers 11:1 states, "Now the people complained about their hardships in the hearing of the Lord, and when he heard them his anger was aroused. Then fire from the Lord burned among them and consumed some of the outskirts of the camp. This place was named Taberah, meaning burning. Thus began a repeating cycle: complaint, divine punishment, Moses' prayer, and then mercy. Another complaint arose soon after, this time regarding the food. Numbers 11:4-6 tells us, "The rabble with them began to crave other food, and the Israelites started wailing again, If only we had meat to eat. We remember the fish we ate in Egypt at no cost, also the cucumbers, melons, leeks, onions, and garlic. But now we have lost our appetite. We never see anything but this manna. Their lack of gratitude for the daily miracle of manna revealed something deeper, a longing for the past and an inability to appreciate God's present care. This complaint crushed Moses' spirit. He cried out to God, "Why have you brought this trouble on your servant? What have I done to displease you that you put the burden of all these people on me? Did I conceive all these people? Did I give them birth? Why do you tell me to carry them in my arms, as a nurse carries an infant, to the land you promised on oath to their ancestors?" Numbers 11:11-12. God responded in two parts. First, he shared Moses' spiritual burden by appointing 70 elders to help lead. Second, he promised an overwhelming supply of meat. The Lord said, "You will not eat it for just 1 day or 2 days or 5, 10 or 20 days, but for a whole month, until it comes out of your nostrils and you detest it, because you have rejected the Lord, who is among you, and have wailed before him, saying, 'Why did we ever leave Egypt?'" Numbers 11:18-20. The meat arrived in the form of quail that covered the camp, piled nearly 3 feet high, extending as far as a day's walk in every direction. Numbers 11:31. But before they could finish eating, many were struck by a deadly plague. Even while the meat was still between their teeth, before it could be swallowed, the Lord's anger burned against the people, and he struck them with a severe plague. That place was called Kibroth Hattaavah, which means graves of craving, because it demonstrated how dangerous uncontrolled desire could be. Then came a new complaint, but this time from Moses' own family. In Numbers 12:1 we read that Miriam and Aaron criticized Moses because of his Cushite wife. They questioned, "Has the Lord spoken only through Moses? Hasn't he also spoken through us?" Their words mixed jealousy over Moses' special role with prejudice toward his wife's ethnicity. God responded swiftly and firmly. He summoned all 3 siblings to the tent of meeting and defended Moses, highlighting his unique relationship with him. "With him I speak face to face, clearly and not in riddles. He sees the form of the Lord. Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?" Numbers 12:8. Then Miriam was afflicted with leprosy, but after Moses interceded with God, her illness was only temporary. She must be confined outside the camp for 7 days. After that she can be brought back. Numbers 12:14. Though differing in their causes, these complaints shared similar traits: a lack of gratitude, nostalgia for Egypt, resistance to God's chosen leader, and divine punishment tempered by mercy when someone interceded. Finally, the Israelites reached the southern border of Canaan. They camped at Kadesh Barnea, a short distance from the land God had promised. With God's approval and at the people's request, they chose 12 men, 1 from each tribe, to scout out the land. Numbers 13:2 says, "Send men to explore the land of Canaan which I am giving to the Israelites. From each ancestral tribe send 1 man, each a leader among them." After 40 days in Canaan, the spies returned with proof of the land's bounty, a single cluster of grapes so enormous that it had to be carried on a pole between 2 men. Numbers 13:23. Their report confirmed God's promise. "We went into the land to which you sent us, and it does flow with milk and honey. Here is its fruit." Numbers. However, 10 of the spies added a chilling caveat: "The people who live there are powerful, and the cities are large and fortified. We can't attack them. They are stronger than we are." Numbers 13:28. Fear began to seep into the Israelite camp like a desert chill. Only Caleb and Joshua stood firm, their voices ringing with unwavering conviction. "Let us go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it." Numbers 13:30. Their eyes shone with the reflection of God's unwavering promise. But the people listened to the negative voices, and panic spread like wildfire. Numbers 14:1-4 recounts the grim scene. That night all the people of the community raised their voices and wept aloud. All the Israelites grumbled against Moses and Aaron, and the whole congregation said to them, "If only we had died in Egypt, or in this wilderness. Why is the Lord bringing us to this land, to fall by the sword? Our wives and children will be taken as plunder. Wouldn't it be better for us to go back to Egypt?" And they said to each other, "We should choose a leader and go back to Egypt." This desperate idea signaled a complete rejection of both Moses' leadership and God's sacred promise. The murmurs grew louder, fueled by fear and a distorted memory of their time in Egypt. Caleb and Joshua rent their garments in anguish, desperate to change their minds, reminding them, "If the Lord is pleased with us, he will let us into that land and give it to us. Do not rebel against the Lord, and do not be afraid of the people of the land." Numbers. They pleaded, they reasoned, but the tide of fear was too strong. And what was the reward for Joshua and Caleb's unwavering faith? The mob wanted to stone them. Numbers 14:10. God intervened immediately, his voice a thunderclap across the desert, filled with a serious warning. "How long will these people treat me with contempt? How long will they refuse to believe in me in spite of all the signs I have performed among them? I will strike them down with a plague and wipe them out, but I will make you into a nation greater and stronger than they." Numbers 14:11-12. Only Moses' passionate intercession, reminding God how other nations would misinterpret his actions, averted total destruction. He argued for mercy, for the sake of God's own reputation. But the consequences were still devastating. God declared, "Not one of those who saw my glory and the signs I performed in Egypt and in the wilderness, but who disobeyed me and tested me 10 times. Not one of them will ever see the land I promised on oath to their ancestors. No one who has treated me with contempt will ever see it. But I will bring into the land that they explored the children they said would be taken as plunder. Their children will possess it." Numbers 14:22-23. The punishment was precise and agonizing. Just as they had explored the land for 40 days, they would bear their guilt for 40 years, a year for each day. Numbers 14:34. The 10 spies who had demoralized the people died instantly from a plague, a chilling testament to the power of their negative influence. Hoping to rectify their mistake, the people tried to enter the land anyway, even though Moses warned them not to. Numbers 14:45 recounts their ill-fated attempt. Then the Amalekites and Canaanites who lived in that hill country came down, attacked them and drove them back as far as Hormah. That defeat sealed the fate of that generation. They would spend the rest of their lives wandering in the desert until every adult who had rebelled had died. What happened at Kadesh Barnea marked a breaking point. Standing right on the border of the long-awaited promise, the people chose fear over faith, human logic, over God's divine word. As a result, they would wait nearly 40 years, and an entire generation would be lost due to their unbelief. Their dreams, their hopes, their very future withered in the desert sun. In the years that followed, more opposition arose against God's chosen leaders. One of the most serious was led by Korah, a Levite, along with Dathan and Abiram from the tribe of Reuben. Numbers 16:1-3 recounts, Korah son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and certain Reubenites, Dathan and Abiram, sons of Eliab, and on son of Peleth, became insolent and rose up against Moses. With them were 250 Israelite men, well-known community leaders who had been appointed members of the council. They came as a group to oppose Moses and Aaron and said to them, "You have gone too far. The whole community is holy, every one of them, and the Lord is with all of them. Why then do you set yourselves above the Lord's assembly?" This rebellion had 2 distinct components. Korah, as a Levite, challenged Aaron's right to the priesthood, questioning the very foundation of the religious order. Dathan and Abiram, as descendants of Reuben, likely resented that their tribe had lost the privileges of the birthright to the leadership of Moses, feeling bypassed in the grand narrative of their people. Together they threatened the entire leadership structure that God had established, striking at the heart of order and divinely appointed authority. So Moses proposed a test to reveal the truth. Each man who desired to be a priest would bring a censer with incense before God, a direct challenge to divine judgment. While this test was being prepared, Moses tried to speak with Dathan and Abiram, but they refused to appear. Their hearts hardened with resentment and pride. Instead, they accused him, saying, "Isn't it enough that you brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness? Must you also lord it over us?" Numbers 16:13. Their words twisted reality, calling Egypt a land of slavery, a land of abundance. They clung to a false narrative, blinded by their own ambition. Then came swift judgment. The earth split open and swallowed the Reubenite leaders, their families, and everything they owned, along with Korah's followers. Numbers 16:32. The ground groaned, and a gaping chasm swallowed them whole, a terrifying display of divine wrath. As for the 250 men offering incense, fire came from God and consumed them instantly. Numbers 16:35. The air crackled with divine energy, and the rebels were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Astonishingly, the next day the people turned against Moses and Aaron, blaming them and saying, "You have killed the Lord's people." Numbers. Their accusations were a bitter echo of their past rebellions, a testament to their persistent lack of faith. This unjust accusation triggered another act of judgment. A deadly plague began to spread through the camp, a silent killer sweeping through their ranks. Moses quickly instructed Aaron, who rushed among the people with burning incense to make atonement before God. He stood between the dead and the living, and the plague stopped. Numbers. Aaron, the high priest, became a symbol of divine grace, standing as a barrier between life and death. Still, 14,700 lives were lost. To make it clear once and for all who should serve as priest, God gave another sign. He commanded each tribe to bring a staff with their name written on it. Numbers 17:5 says, "The staff of the man I choose will sprout." The next morning Aaron's staff had not only sprouted, but it also had buds, blossoms, and almonds. Numbers 17:8. A miracle unfolded before their very eyes, a testament to God's unwavering choice. This powerful sign confirmed Aaron's special role, and his staff was placed in the ark as a permanent reminder, a symbol of divine authority and priestly lineage. Years later, near the end of the desert journey, Moses and Aaron committed a crucial error. At Meribah, when the people complained again about the lack of water, God told Moses, "Speak to that rock before their eyes, and it will pour out its water." Numbers 20:8. But Moses, clearly frustrated, shouted, "Listen, you rebels, must we bring you water out of this rock?" Numbers 20:10. Then he struck the rock twice with his staff. Although abundant water gushed forth, God saw this as a failure of obedience and respect. "Because you did not trust in me enough to honor me as holy in the sight of the Israelites, you will not bring this community into the land I give them." Numbers 20:12. Moses' error included acting in anger, striking the rock instead of speaking to it, and possibly taking credit for the miracle, subtly diminishing God's glory. This judgment meant that a new generation and new leaders would guide Israel into Canaan. As the end of the 40 years drew near, and as the Israelites approached the promised land, more obstacles arose. The Edomites, descendants of Esau, blocked Israel's request to pass through their land. Numbers 20:20-21 says, "But they answered, 'You may not pass through here. And Edom came out against them with a large and powerful army. So Israel turned away from them. Due to this refusal, the Israelites had to take a longer route, their journey extended by the stubborn resistance of their kin. During this detour, Aaron died on Mount Hor, his life's journey culminating on a windswept peak. Numbers 20:28 describes the poignant moment of transition. Moses removed Aaron's garments and put them on his son Eleazar. Then Aaron died thereon the mountaintop. The mantle of leadership passed from father to son amidst the desolate landscape. The long delay caused by the detour made the people lose heart again, their spirits flagging under the weight of hardship. They complained again against God and Moses. Numbers 21:5. In response, God sent venomous snakes into the camp, a plague of fangs and scales. The snakes bit many people and numerous Israelites died. Numbers 21:6. When the people acknowledged their guilt, God provided a strange solution. Make a snake and put it up on a pole. Anyone who is bitten can look at it and live. Numbers 21:8. This bronze snake later became an idol, ultimately destroyed by King Hezekiah, but at that time it held profound spiritual significance, a symbol of healing through faith. Jesus later referred to it as a sign of his future death, connecting the ancient remedy to the ultimate sacrifice. Just as Moses lifted up the snake in the wilderness, so the Son of Man must be lifted up, that everyone who believes may have eternal life. John 3:14-15. Reaching Canaan from the east, Israel won major battles against Sihon, king of the Amorites, and Og, king of Bashan. These victories gave them control over the region beyond the Jordan, securing a strategic foothold on the eastern frontier. Their success terrified Balak, king of Moab, who hired Balaam, a renowned prophet, to curse Israel. After an unusual encounter with a talking donkey, Balaam understood that he could not curse what God had already blessed, a humbling lesson in divine sovereignty. I have received a command to bless. He has blessed, and I cannot change it. Numbers 23:20. Since a direct curse did not work, Balaam likely suggested another method, tempting Israel with foreign worship and immoral conduct, a more insidious attack on their spiritual core. Numbers 25:1-3 describes what happened while Israel was at Shittim. The men began to indulge in sexual immorality with Moabite women, who invited them to the sacrifices to their gods. The people ate the sacrificial meal and bowed down before these gods. So Israel yoked themselves to the Baal of Peor, and the Lord's anger burned against them. Israel joined in the worship of Baal of Peor, which greatly angered God. This moment was more dangerous than any military threat. It showed the risk of compromising spiritually through immoral acts, the subtle erosion of faith through indulgence. God's judgment was severe. The leaders were publicly executed, and a plague broke out that killed 24,000 people. The plague only stopped when Phinehas, Aaron's grandson, acted boldly, killing an Israelite man and a Midianite woman who were openly defying God in the camp, a dramatic act of righteous zeal. These recent experiences in the desert prepared the Israelites for what lay ahead in Canaan, a harsh lesson in the constant vigilance required to maintain their covenant with God. They discovered that threats would come not only from armies but also from cultural influences, the subtle allure of foreign customs. Victory would depend not only on strength in battle but on remaining faithful to God, a battle waged not only on the battlefield but within their own hearts. This new generation, shaped by the mistakes of their parents, was finally ready to enter the promised land. Under new leadership, as the end of the desert journey approached, God gave a new command to count the people. Again, Numbers 26:2 says, Take a census of the whole Israelite community. By families, all those 20 years old or more who are able to serve in the army. The result was 601,730 men, almost the same number as in the first census, which had been 603,550, nearly 40 years earlier. Numbers 26:64-65 makes it clear. Not one of those who were counted in the first census was still alive, a testament to God's judgment and the passage of time. Only Caleb and Joshua remained, living monuments to faith and obedience. Although the total number of people seemed unchanged, the entire generation had been replaced. New group now occupied the place where the previous generation had failed, a chance for redemption and a fresh start. This second census served several important purposes. Prepared the army for the coming battles, a detailed assessment of their military strength. It helped plan how the land would be divided, ensuring a just and equitable distribution. It showed both God's judgment in removing the first generation and his provision in keeping the population strong, a balance of divine justice and enduring care. During this time, several legal and organizational matters were addressed, solidifying their identity as a nation. A significant concern came from the daughters of Zelophehad, a poignant plea for justice and recognition. Their father had died without male heirs, so they approached Moses and asked, "Our father died in the wilderness, and he was not among those who rebelled against the Lord. Why should our father's name disappear from his clan because he had no son? Give us property among our father's relatives." Numbers 27:3-4. This petition introduced a new question about inheritance for women, challenging the established social order. Moses consulted God, and an answer was given. The tribe of Joseph's descendants are right. This is what the Lord commands concerning the daughters of Zelophehad. They may marry anyone they please as long as they marry within the clan of their father's tribe. Numbers 36:5-6. This ensured that women could inherit land without removing it from their tribal family, preserving the ancestral lineage and tribal identity. Another important matter arose when the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and half of Manasseh asked to settle east of the Jordan in lands taken from Sihon and Og, attracted by the fertile pastures for their livestock. At first, Moses thought they were repeating the rebellion of Kadesh Barnea, a spark of suspicion igniting his past anxieties. "Shall your fellow Israelites go to war while you sit here?" Numbers 32:6. But the tribes explained that they were not backing out, determined to prove their loyalty and commitment. They offered a plan, a promise to stand shoulder to shoulder with their brethren. "We will build pens for our livestock here and cities for our families, but we will go as a vanguard before the Israelites until we have brought them to their place. Then we will return to our own land." Numbers 32:16. Moses accepted, but he warned them seriously about the danger of breaking that promise, a stern reminder of the consequences of unfaithfulness. Moses also established 6 cities of refuge, 3 on each side of the Jordan, where people who killed someone accidentally could find protection from the avenger until they were judged. Numbers 35:11-12 says, "Choose some towns to be your cities of refuge to which a person who has killed someone accidentally may flee. For safety, they will be places of refuge from the avenger so that anyone accused of murder may not die before standing trial before the assembly." God also assigned 48 cities for the Levites since they would not receive land like the other tribes, ensuring their provision and continued service to the community. These cities were distributed throughout Israel so that the Levites could teach God's law everywhere, spreading divine knowledge throughout the land. Through these legal, civic, and territorial plans, Israel ceased to be a wandering people and became a true nation, transforming from a nomadic group to a settled and organized society, prepared to live in the Promised Land, with clear systems of leadership, justice, and worship, ready to embrace their destiny as God's chosen people. As Moses' death drew near, the need for a successor became urgent. Moses turned to God and prayed, "May the Lord, the God who gives breath to all living things, appoint someone over this community to go out and come in before them, one who will lead them out and bring them in, so the Lord's people will not be like sheep without a shepherd." God gave very clear instructions. "Take Joshua son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit. Put your hand on him." He was to be presented before the priest Eleazar and the entire community, where he would be officially appointed in front of everyone, a public affirmation of God's choice. Joshua had already proven himself capable of leading. He had worked alongside Moses as his aide, a trusted confidant and loyal servant. Exodus 24 verse 13. He had led Israel's army in the fight against Amalek, demonstrating his military prowess and unwavering courage. Exodus 17 verses 9 to 14. And he remained faithful as one of the two spies who trusted in God, a beacon of hope amidst the prevailing despair. Numbers 14:6-9. The ceremony that marked this change of leadership was performed in public and had profound significance, a symbolic transfer of power and authority. Moses did exactly as God instructed. He took Joshua, presented him before the priest Eleazar and before all the people. Then Moses laid his hands on Joshua and gave him the responsibility of leading, passing on the mantle of leadership to his capable successor. This symbolic act showed the transmission of leadership and the wisdom necessary to guide the people, as later described in Deuteronomy 34 verse 9. Still, Joshua would not lead in the same way as Moses. Moses had a unique relationship with God. He spoke with him directly, as stated in Deuteronomy 34 verse 10, a privilege reserved for the great lawgiver. Joshua instead would have to go to Eleazar the priest, who would use the Urim to seek God's decisions, relying on priestly guidance and divine oracles. Numbers 27:21. This arrangement highlighted Moses' unique role as the one who connected the people with God and transmitted his messages, a unique bond that could never be fully replicated. By making an orderly and thoughtful transition of leadership, Israel could move forward understanding that Moses' role could not be replaced, honoring his legacy while embracing the future. Joshua's primary task would be to lead the people in battles and civil matters upon entering the Promised Land. He would not be the one to receive direct messages from God as Moses did, his role more focused on practical leadership and military strategy. This structure allowed the Israelites to continue living according to the teachings that Moses had left them, a solid foundation for their future in the Promised Land, a blueprint for a just and righteous society. The book of Deuteronomy is composed mostly of Moses' final words, spoken while the people camped on the plains of Moab, a final testament to his leadership and enduring love for his people. Deuteronomy 1 verses 1 to 3 gives us the context. These are the words Moses spoke to all Israel in the wilderness east of the Jordan. It was the 40th year on the first day of the 11th month. The name Deuteronomy means second law, a reaffirmation of their covenant with God. It does not present new rules, but repeats and explains the covenant for the younger generation that was about to enter the land, a crucial reminder of their obligations and responsibilities. Moses' first speech reviews their journey from Sinai, highlighting both how God cared for them and how they failed, a bittersweet reflection on their past. Deuteronomy 1:30-32 shows this contrast. The Lord your God, who is going before you, will fight for you as he did for you in Egypt. In the wilderness you saw how the Lord your God carried you as a father carries his son. Yet in spite of this you did not trust in him. This honest summary had two objectives: to help the new generation learn from past mistakes, drawing valuable lessons from the trials and tribulations of their ancestors, and to show that the victory that was coming in Canaan was entirely because of God's love, not because they deserved it, a reminder of their dependence on divine grace. Deuteronomy 4 verses 37 to 38 explains it. Because he loved your forefathers and chose their descendants after them, he brought you out of Egypt by his presence, with his mighty power, to drive out from before you nations greater and mightier than you, and to bring you in to give you their land as an inheritance, a testament to God's unwavering love and covenant faithfulness. Then Moses reminded them of the heart of their covenant with God, repeating the 10 Commandments, a timeless expression of divine law and moral principles. Deuteronomy 5 verses 6 to 21. Interestingly, while in Exodus 20, the Sabbath is linked to creation, here it is linked to the liberation from Egypt, a shift in emphasis highlighting the redemptive power of God. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt, and that the Lord your God brought you out of there with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God has commanded you to observe the Sabbath day. Deuteronomy 5 verse 15. This focus on remembering the saving power of God as a motive for obeying him leads to one of the most well-known declarations in the Scriptures. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. Deuteronomy 6 verse 5. This command invites a total surrender, not just following rules, and shows that the love of the heart is the center of the covenant relationship. Moses insisted that the people avoid adopting the customs of the Canaanites. In Deuteronomy 7 verse 4 he told them, "When God delivers these nations to you, destroy them completely. Make no covenants with them, nor show them mercy, because they will lead your children to turn away from me and worship other gods." This call to remain separate was not because Israel was better than others. Deuteronomy 7 verses 7 to 8 makes it clear. God did not choose them because they were numerous. In fact, they were the fewest, but he chose them because he loved them. This idea that God's love and calling are acts of grace not based on human achievements would shape Israel's beliefs for generations. Moses also warned that success could cause the people to forget God. When you eat and are satisfied, remember to bless the Lord for the land he gave you. But be careful not to forget him. When life becomes comfortable, you might become proud and forget the one who saved you from Egypt. Deuteronomy 8 verses 10 to 14. Moses foresaw how people often turn away from God when they feel self-sufficient and stop depending on him. The first discourse also highlighted how essential it was to keep teaching God's laws. Deuteronomy 6 verses 6 to 7 says, "These commandments must be in your heart. Teach them carefully to your children. Talk about them at home during your travels, when you lie down and when you get up." This constant sharing of truth would ensure that future generations did not make the same mistakes as their parents. In his second great discourse, Moses focused on renewing the covenant with the new generation that would soon cross into the promised land. Deuteronomy 29 verse 1 begins thus, "These are the conditions of the covenant that the Lord commanded Moses to make with the Israelites in Moab, in addition to the covenant he made with them in Horeb." Renewing the covenant was fundamental at this point in Israel's history. The original generation that had witnessed the Exodus and received the law at Sinai had died. Their children now had to commit personally to the covenant. Moses made it clear that this was not a partial agreement, but a full commitment. A significant part of this renewal was the detailed list of blessings for obeying God, Deuteronomy 28 verses 1 to 14, and the consequences for turning away from him, Deuteronomy 28 verses 15 to 68. The list of punishments was much longer and even included a prophecy of exile. "The Lord will scatter you among all the nations, from one end of the earth to the other." Deuteronomy 28 verse 64. Still, even with such strong warnings, Moses gave them hope. In Deuteronomy 30, Moses shared a promise that after all those hardships, If the people returned to God, He would bring them back. When these things happen and you return to the Lord, He will have compassion on you and gather you from where you have been scattered. Deuteronomy 30 verse 3. This promise of return after exile became a powerful source of hope in future times of despair. At the end of this message, Moses presented a clear choice to the people. He declared, "Today I call heaven and earth as witnesses. I have set before you life or death, blessing or curse, so choose life." Deuteronomy 30 verse 19. The covenant came with conditions, and the people's future depended on the decisions they made at that moment. To encourage them further, Moses reminded them that obeying God was not unattainable. "This command is not hidden from you, nor is it beyond your reach. The word is near you. It is in your mouth and in your heart." Deuteronomy 30 verses 11 to 14. God's law was not mysterious or impossible. It only required a willing heart. To help the people remember these truths, Moses wrote a song recorded in Deuteronomy 32. This song was to be memorized and repeated, and would serve as a witness against the nation when they later abandoned God. Deuteronomy 31 verse 19. It warned of future unfaithfulness but also preserved God's justice for future generations. Moses' final public act was to bless the tribes, as described in Deuteronomy 33. Deuteronomy 33 verse 1 presents it this way. "This is the blessing that Moses, the man of God, gave to the Israelites before he died." Unlike Jacob's blessings, which included criticisms, Moses' words were entirely positive, encouraging each tribe and highlighting their strengths. He began by praising God's greatness and ended with a powerful declaration about Israel's special identity. "How blessed you are, Israel! Who is like you? A people saved by the Lord, your shield and defender." Deuteronomy 33 verse 29. After giving these blessings, Moses went up Mount Nebo, following God's instructions. According to Deuteronomy 34 verse 1, Moses climbed Mount Nebo to the top of Pisgah, across from Jericho. Then the Lord showed him the whole land. Then God said to him, "This is the land I promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I have allowed you to see it with your eyes, but you will not cross over into it." Although he was not allowed to enter the promised land, being able to see it before he died was a great act of kindness from God. For Moses, who had longed to lead Israel into Canaan, that moment was deeply meaningful. Deuteronomy 34 verses 5 to 6 tells us, "Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in Moab, and God himself buried him in a valley. To this day, no one knows where his grave is." This burial in an unknown location may have been to prevent people from turning his tomb into a shrine, which would have diverted worship from God, something Moses dedicated his life to teaching. His physical condition upon death was extraordinary. Deuteronomy 34 verse 7 says, "Moses was 120 years old when he died, yet his eyes were not weak nor his strength gone." This detail implies that his death was not caused by old age but was part of God's plan. Upon his death, the people mourned for him. As Deuteronomy 34 verse 8 explains, "The Israelites grieved for Moses in the plains of Moab for 30 days, until the time of weeping and mourning was over." This time of mourning helped the nation transition emotionally from one era of leadership to another. God himself paid final tribute to Moses. Since then, no prophet has risen in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, who did all those signs and wonders the Lord sent him to do in Egypt, to Pharaoh and to all his officials and to his whole land. For no one has ever shown the mighty power or performed the awesome deeds that Moses did in the sight of all Israel. Deuteronomy 34 verses 10 to 12. Moses' unique connection with God became an enduring memory in Israel's history, unmatched until the arrival of another similar prophet. Deuteronomy 18 verse 15. Joshua, the chosen successor, was ready. Deuteronomy 34 verse 9 says, "Now Joshua son of Nun was filled with the spirit of wisdom because Moses had laid his hands on him. So the Israelites listened to him and did what the Lord had commanded Moses." He now had full authority to lead. With Moses' departure, an era ended. Under his guidance, former slaves had become an organized nation with laws, identity, worship, and a mission from God. Although Moses did not enter Canaan, everything he taught prepared Israel to move forward. The teachings or Torah he transmitted would continue to shape the nation's values and faith. Psalm 90 verses 16 to 17, often linked with Moses, expresses his hope. May your deeds be shown to your servants, your splendor to their children. May the favor of the Lord our God rest on us. Establish the work of our hands for us. Yes, establish the work of our hands. Then Joshua received his divine commission directly from God. In Joshua 1 verses 6 to 7, the Lord told him, "Be strong and courageous, because you will lead this people to inherit the land I swore to their ancestors to give them. Be strong and very courageous. Be careful to obey all the law my servant Moses gave you." This repeated call to be brave emphasized that victory would depend not only on military strategies but on obedience and faith. Joshua got to work quickly, telling the officers, "Go through the camp and tell the people, get your provisions ready. 3 days from now you will cross the Jordan River to go in and take possession of the land the Lord your God is giving you for your own." Joshua 1 verse 11. One of his first strategic moves was to send 2 spies to Jericho, their first fortified enemy. These men sought refuge in the house of Rahab, a prostitute who surprisingly believed in the power of Israel's God. In Joshua 2 verse 11, Rahab expressed her faith, saying, "When we heard of it, our hearts melted in fear and everyone's courage failed because of you. For the Lord your God is God in heaven above and on the earth below." This confession led to an agreement of protection. The spies promised that she and her family would be safe if she kept silent about the mission and marked her house with a red cord during the attack. The crossing of the Jordan River, which at that time was overflowing, confirmed Joshua's leadership by mirroring one of Moses' miracles with water. Joshua 3 verses 15 to 16 explains that when the priests carrying the ark stepped into the river, the water from upstream stopped flowing. It piled up in a heap a great distance away, while the water flowing down was completely cut off. This incredible moment astonished both the Israelites and the Canaanites. Joshua 4 verse 14 says, "That day the Lord exalted Joshua in the sight of all Israel, and they revered him all the days of his life, just as they had revered Moses." To commemorate this miracle, Joshua asked that one man from each tribe take a stone from the dry riverbed and place it in Gilgal. This would serve as a permanent reminder when their children later asked what those stones meant. Tell them that the flow of the Jordan was cut off before the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord when it crossed the Jordan. Joshua 4 verses 6 to 7. In Gilgal, Joshua led the people in renewing the covenant with God. First, he had all the uncircumcised males born during the years in the wilderness circumcised, as this important sign of the covenant had been neglected. Then they celebrated the Passover. As Joshua 5 verse 10 points out, the Israelites encamped at Gilgal and observed the Passover on the evening of the 14th day of the month on the plains of Jericho. These acts showed that Israel was not entering the Promised Land merely as settlers but as a people bound by their relationship with God, continuing the commitments begun in the Exodus. As Joshua approached Jericho, he encountered a supernatural figure. Joshua 5 verses 13 to 14 describes how he saw a man with a drawn sword in his hand. Joshua asked him, "Are you for us or for our enemies?" The man replied, "Neither, but as commander of the army of the Lord I have now come." This being, possibly a divine or angelic presence, then gave Joshua an unusual battle plan. March around the city once with all the armed men. Do this for 6 days. Have the priests carry trumpets of ram's horn before the ark. On the 7th day, march around the city 7 times, with the priests blowing their trumpets. When you hear them sound a long blast on the trumpets, have the whole army give a loud shout. Then the wall of the city will collapse, and the army will go up, everyone straight in. Joshua 6 verses 3 to 5. This seemingly absurd method showed that success would come from God's power, not human skill. When they followed these instructions exactly, Joshua 6 verse 20 says, "When the trumpets sounded, the army shouted, and at the sound of the trumpet, when the army gave a loud shout, the wall collapsed. So everyone charged straight in, and they took the city. Everything in the city was destroyed, except Rahab and her family, who were protected." As Joshua 6 verse 25 explains, Joshua spared Rahab the prostitute, with her family and all who belonged to her, because she hid the men Joshua had sent as spies to Jericho, and she lives among the Israelites to this day. Her inclusion in the community hinted at the future integration of non-Israelites among God's people. But the next battle against the city of Ai ended in an unexpected defeat for Israel. The reason for this failure was revealed as disobedience. A man named Achan had secretly taken forbidden objects from Jericho. As explained in Joshua 7 verses 11 to 12, Israel has sinned. They have violated my covenant, which I commanded them to keep. They have taken some of the devoted things. They have stolen, they have lied, they have put them with their own possessions. That is why the Israelites cannot stand against their enemies. They turn their backs and run because they have been made liable to destruction. Once the culprit was found and punished, Joshua executed a classic plan against Ai, using a surprise attack. Set an ambush behind the city. Don't go very far from it. All of you be ready. I and all those with me will advance on the city, and when they come out to meet us, as they did before, we will flee from them. They will pursue us until we have lured them away from the city, for they will say, "They are running away from us as they did before." So while we are fleeing from them, you are to rise up from ambush and take the city. The Lord your God will give it into your hand. Joshua 8 verses 7 to 8. This victory restored the people's confidence and showed an important truth. Success required both faithfulness to God and sound strategy. Israel's early victories caused fear among the peoples of Canaan. While many prepared to fight, the people of Gibeon chose another path. According to Joshua 9 verses 3 to 4, when the people of Gibeon heard what Joshua had done to Jericho and Ai, they resorted to a ruse. They went as a delegation whose donkeys were loaded with worn-out sacks and old wineskins, cracked and mended. By pretending to come from a distant land, they convinced Israel to make a peace treaty. Then Joshua made a treaty of peace with them to let them live, and the leaders of the assembly ratified it by oath. Joshua 9 verse 15. This decision was made hastily. The Israelites asked the Lord for guidance. Joshua 9 verse 14. When they discovered 3 days later that they had been deceived, they kept their promise out of respect for the oath. However, the Gibeonites were assigned to service, cutting wood and carrying water for the community and the altar of God. Joshua 9 verse 27. Fulfilling this promise, even though obtained through lies, showed a strong value for keeping one's word, which would influence future relationships. The agreement with Gibeon provoked a major military reaction. 5 Amorite kings joined forces to attack Gibeon, whose people asked Joshua for help. "Do not abandon your servants. Come up to us quickly and save us." Joshua 10 verse 6. Joshua and his men marched all night from Gilgal to Gibeon, surprising the attackers. During this battle, an extraordinary event occurred. In Joshua 10 verses 12 to 13, Joshua prayed to God, "Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and you, moon, over the valley of Ajalon." So the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, till the nation avenged itself on its enemies. The sun remained in the sky for an entire day. This miraculous lengthening of daylight led to a total victory and showed that God had power over the universe, even the sun and moon, which were worshipped by other peoples. Afterward, an even larger group of enemies, led by Jabin, king of Hazor, gathered in the north to fight against Israel. Joshua 11 verse 4 describes their forces as numerous as the sand on the seashore, with a great number of horses and chariots. Faced with this threat, God encouraged Joshua, saying, "Do not be afraid of them, because by this time tomorrow I will hand all of them over to Israel, slain." Joshua 11 verse 6. The battle at the waters of Merom led to a great victory and broke the strength of organized opposition in Canaan, although some areas were still not under Israel's control. Joshua waged war against all these kings for a long time. Joshua 11 verse 18. After many battles, even with part of the land still unconquered, it was time to divide it among the tribes. Joshua 13 verse 1 says that when Joshua was old, God told him, "You are very old, and there are still very large areas of land to be taken over." The division included both what had already been taken and what remained to be captured. reflecting the confidence that God's promise of total possession would be fulfilled in due time. This distribution took place in Shiloh, where the sacred tent had been set up, as instructed in Joshua 18 verse 6. Divide the land into 7 parts and bring me a description of them. I will then cast lots for you here at Shiloh in the presence of the Lord our God. These lots were not random but a way of showing that the outcome came from God. Proverbs 16 verse 33 teaches that decisions made by lots are guided by the Lord. The land assignments followed both the blessings that Jacob had given his sons and the current needs of the tribes. Before the general distribution, Caleb received a special portion of land. His request is narrated in Joshua 14 verses 10 to 12. Now then, just as the Lord promised, he has kept me alive for 45 years since the time he said this to Moses, while Israel moved about in the wilderness. So here I am today, 85 years old. I am still as strong today as the day Moses sent me out. I'm just as vigorous to go out to battle now as I was then. Now give me this hill country that the Lord promised me that day. You yourself heard then that the Anakites were there and their cities were large and fortified. But, the Lord helping me, I will drive them out just as he said. Caleb's reward showed his unwavering confidence, as at 85, he was still willing to fight the Anakites, giants who had frightened the spies decades earlier. After defining the tribal boundaries, Joshua established a legal system based on Moses' previous instructions. 6 cities of refuge were chosen so that anyone who killed someone accidentally could flee there and be protected from someone seeking revenge. Joshua 20 verse 3. There were 3 cities on each side of the Jordan to ensure that no one was unjustly punished in a moment of anger. In addition, 48 cities were assigned to the Levites, distributed throughout all the tribes. The people of Israel gave these towns and pasturelands to the Levites from their own inheritance, as the Lord had commanded through Moses. Joshua 21 verse 3. Placing the Levites throughout the country helped ensure that spiritual guidance reached every corner of the land. After the land was divided, Joshua allowed the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh to return home across the Jordan, as they had kept their word and helped in the conquest. You have done all that Moses the servant of the Lord commanded, and you have obeyed all my commands to you. Joshua 22 verse 2. On the way back, they built a large altar near the Jordan River. This worried the western tribes, who thought it was a sign of rebellion. But they were defying God. So, leaders were sent to question them. Why have you committed this sin against the God of Israel by building your own altar and turning away from the Lord? Joshua 22 verse 16. But the eastern tribes explained the truth, setting the record straight. The altar wasn't for sacrifices, they clarified, but to serve as a witness between future generations. It was a safeguard, ensuring that their children couldn't one day deny their connection to the western tribes, claiming, "You have no share in the Lord, the God of Israel." Joshua 22 verse 24. The altar, named Ed, meaning witness, was created to remind everyone of their shared identity, even though they lived apart. As Joshua's life neared its end, he gathered all of Israel. Joshua 23 verse 2. I am old, he began, his voice carrying the weight of years and battles. And you have seen how the Lord your God fought for you against these nations. He reminded them of the dangers of mixing with the local peoples, warning, "You must not associate with these nations that remain among you. You must not invoke the names of their gods or swear by them." Joshua 23 verse 7. He reminded them of the heart of the covenant, the two-way street of faith. God's faithfulness, he stressed, also required their fidelity. Later, in Shechem, the very place where Abraham received God's promise, Joshua led a renewal of the covenant. He recounted their history, from Abraham's father, Terah, all the way to their present victory, showing God's overarching plan through time. This led to a powerful call in Joshua 24 verses 14 to 15. Now fear the Lord and serve him with all faithfulness. Throw away the gods your ancestors worshipped beyond the Euphrates River and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. But if serving the Lord seems undesirable to you, then choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve, whether the gods your ancestors served beyond the Euphrates, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are living. But as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord. The people responded as one, their voices ringing with conviction. "We too will serve the Lord, because He is our God." Joshua 24 verse 18. Joshua affirmed this renewed promise. That day he made a covenant with the people and established laws for them in Shechem. He recorded everything in the book of God. Joshua 24 verse 26. A large stone was placed as a witness to the commitment, a tangible reminder of their sacred vow. Shortly after, Joshua, son of Nun and servant of the Lord, died at the age of 110. Joshua 24 verse 29. He was buried in Timnath-Serah, in the hill country of Ephraim, marking the end of his era of leadership. At the same time, the Israelites buried Joseph's bones, which they had brought from Egypt, in Shechem. Joshua 24 verse 32. This act fulfilled an ancient promise and demonstrated the culmination of their journey from slavery to freedom. The story ends on a positive note. Israel continued to serve the Lord throughout Joshua's lifetime, and as long as the elders who had witnessed his leadership lived. Joshua 24 verse 31. But this faithfulness didn't continue into the next generation, ushering in the difficult period of the judges. After the death of Joshua and the generation that had experienced the conquests, Israel went through a time of disorder and decline. One of the main reasons for this was their failure to completely drive out the native inhabitants. For example, the Canaanites in Gaza were not expelled. Judges 1 verse 18. So, the Canaanites continued to live among the people of Ephraim, a constant source of temptation and conflict. Judges 1 verse 29. Similar verses are mentioned regarding other tribes, revealing a general failure to fully carry out God's commands. This led to deep spiritual problems described in Judges 2 verses 10 to 12. After that whole generation had been gathered to their ancestors, another generation grew up who knew neither the Lord nor what He had done for Israel. Then the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord and served the Baals. They abandoned the Lord, who had brought their ancestors out of Egypt, and followed other gods. The greatest danger came from the Canaanite religions based on fertility. These included Baal, a god associated with storms and agriculture, and Ashtoreth, a goddess of fertility. These cults promised good harvests through rituals, some of which included sexual acts. To farmers trying to survive, these beliefs seemed tempting, even helpful. As a result, Israel began to mix their worship of God with these pagan customs. Judges 2 verse 13 says, "They forsook the Lord and served Baal and Ashtoreth." This didn't always mean that they completely rejected God, but that they added other gods alongside Him, violating the first commandment. Politically, Israel had no central government. Judges 17 verse 6 describes the situation. In those days Israel had no king. Everyone did what was right in their own eyes. The tribes were united by faith and kinship, but they had no established government or national army. This lack of leadership made Israel weak, both culturally and militarily. When problems arose, special leaders called judges rose for a time to address them. But these leaders only acted for a short period and usually only in their region. The book of Judges follows a repetitive pattern described in Judges 2 verses 11 to 19. First, the people turned away from God, doing evil in His sight. Then came the suffering, as God allowed them to fall into enemy hands. After that, they cried out to Him. Then came the rescue, as God raised up judges to save them. Peace followed, but only for a time. After the death of each judge, the cycle started again, often with even worse behavior. This pattern wasn't due to random actions by God, but a direct consequence of their choices. When they followed Canaanite customs and lost their unique identity, they became easy targets for enemies. God allowed this as a form of correction. Ironically, success often led to complacency, restarting the cycle. The book shows 6 major cycles of fall and rescue with other stories added. Each time, the people fell deeper into disobedience. The peace lasted less time, and their actions were more corrupt. This cycle became a model for understanding later events in Israel's history. The books that recount the history of the country judge its rulers and eras based on their faithfulness to the covenant with God. Difficult times are presented as a result of turning away from God, while peace and success are linked to faithfulness. Although this pattern can seem discouraging, there is a clear message. God remains faithful even when people are not. As God says in Judges 2 verse 1, "I will never break my covenant with you." Even in the worst moments, God never completely abandoned his people, always acting when they returned to him, showing both justice and mercy. The book of Judges speaks of 12 leaders but focuses on 6 in more detail. The first was Othniel, who set the example. When the Israelites cried out to God, he chose Othniel to save them. The Spirit of God came upon him and guided Israel in battle. Judges 3 verses 9 to 10. Under his command, they defeated Cushan-Rishathaim of Mesopotamia and enjoyed peace for 40 years. The next judge, Ehud, used a clever plan against Eglon, king of Moab, who had ruled Israel for 18 years. Ehud was left-handed, which was rare and made him an unexpected enemy. He used this to his advantage to get close to and kill the king. Ehud reached with his left hand, drew the sword from his right thigh and plunged it into the king's belly. Judges 3 verse 21. This courageous act gave Israel the courage to defeat Moab, bringing 80 years of rest. Deborah was the only woman among the judges. She led Israel in the fight against Jabin of Hazor and his commander Sisera. Deborah had the authority to judge and guide the people. She would sit under a palm tree where the Israelites came to resolve their disputes. Judges 4 to 5. With Barak, she gathered an army to face Sisera's 900 iron chariots. God helped them win, and another woman played a key role. Sisera fled the battlefield and hid in the tent of Jael, wife of Heber. While he slept, she took a tent peg and a hammer, approached silently, and drove the peg through his temple into the ground. Judges 4 verse 21. Gideon was called by God while threshing wheat in a winepress to hide from the Midianites. At first, he doubted himself, protesting, "How can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." Judges 6 verse 15. But after God confirmed his calling with signs, Gideon led the army of Israel. Interestingly, God told him to reduce his army from 32,000 to just 300 soldiers, in order that Israel may not boast against me that her own strength has saved her. Judges 7 verse 2. With this small group, using surprise tactics, torches hidden in jars revealed with trumpet blasts, they terrified and defeated the Midianites, achieving 40 years of peace. Sadly, Gideon later made an idol that became a snare for him and his family. Judges 8 verse 27. This shows how even strong leaders could fall into religious errors after doing great things. Jephthah rose to become a leader despite a difficult past. He was the son of a prostitute and rejected by his brothers. But when the Ammonites threatened Israel, the elders of Gilead asked him for help, as he was known as a mighty warrior. His time as leader is remembered for a rash vow. He said, "If you give me victory over the Ammonites, whatever comes out of the door of my house to meet me when I return in triumph from the Ammonites will be the Lord's, and I will sacrifice it as a burnt offering." Judges 11 verses 30 to 31. After winning the battle, his only daughter came out, resulting in a heartbreaking loss. This moment shows how dangerous it is to make vows without thinking or understanding well what God wants. The last major judge, Samson, reflects the internal conflict of the era. Consecrated to God before birth as a Nazirite, he had great strength but also many flaws. His life showed signs of God's power but also poor decisions, especially his fondness for Philistine women, which was against God's law. After many personal fights with the Philistines, motivated by revenge rather than national duty, he was finally captured. Delilah discovered the secret of his strength, and his enemies seized him, blinded him, and mocked him. But in the end, he fulfilled his mission by giving his life. At that moment, he killed more Philistines than in his entire life. Judges 16 verse 30. These leaders reveal a clear theme. God saved his people through flawed individuals. Their weakness made it clear that the victory came from God, not from human strength. The final chapters of Judges 17 to 21 include shocking stories that show how far Israel had fallen in morality and faith. These chapters don't follow a chronological order, but serve as a conclusion, showing what happens when religion and society crumble. One story tells of Micah, a man from the hill country of Ephraim, who made a shrine in his house. He fashioned an ephod, some silver idols, and appointed his son as priest. Judges 17 verse 5. Later, he hired a Levite as his personal priest, mixing the worship of God with idol-making. This private and mixed religion violated the correct way of worship established by the law. The story shows no judgment, demonstrating how common this had become. Things got worse when warriors from the tribe of Dan went looking for land, stole Micah's idols, and took his priest. The Danites took everything Micah had made, along with the priest, and went to Judges 18 verses 6 to 27. There, they established their own place of idol worship, which lasted for many generations. The second story tells of a shocking crime in the city of Gibeah, in the land of Benjamin. A Levite traveling with his concubine stopped there for the night. Men of the town surrounded the house and demanded to abuse him. To protect himself, he handed over his concubine. They mistreated her so brutally that she died. The next day, the Levite cut her body into 12 pieces and sent one to each tribe. Everyone who saw it said, "Such a thing has never been seen or done since the day the Israelites came up out of Egypt." Judges 19 verse 30. This terrible act provoked a civil war, as the tribe of Benjamin refused to hand over the culprits. The other tribes attacked and almost exterminated Benjamin, leaving only 600 men alive. Later, they regretted having almost completely destroyed an entire tribe and proposed controversial plans to find wives for the survivors. This included kidnapping young women during a festival in Shiloh. These final stories show how low Israel had fallen without strong leadership or loyalty to the covenant with God. They had become as corrupt as, or even worse than, the Canaanites they were supposed to replace. A repeated phrase in these chapters says, "In those days Israel had no king," suggesting that having a king, although not God's original plan, became necessary in the face of growing disorder and moral decay. The transition from judges to kings began with Samuel, who acted as prophet, priest, and judge. His story begins with a sincere prayer from his mother, Hannah, who promised to dedicate her son to God if she could have him. "I will give him to the Lord for all the days of his life." 1 Samuel 1 verse 11. When Samuel was born, she took him to the tabernacle in Shiloh after he was weaned. There, he grew up with Eli the high priest. Unlike Samuel, Eli's sons were corrupt. 1 Samuel 2 verse 12 says, "Eli's sons were scoundrels. They had no regard for the Lord. Their actions reflected how lost Israel was spiritually." God first spoke to Samuel when he was a child. 1 Samuel 3 verse 1 says, "In those days the word of the Lord was rare. There were not many visions." This showed how far they were from the Lord. One night, God called Samuel, but he thought it was Eli calling him. Only after several times did Eli understand that it was the voice of God. Samuel's first message was a warning against Eli's family. God said, "I am about to carry out everything I spoke against his family." 1 Samuel 3 verse 12. This prophecy confirmed Samuel as a true prophet. As 1 Samuel 3 verse 20 says, "All Israel from Dan to Beersheba recognized that Samuel was attested as a prophet of the Lord." The prophecy was fulfilled when the Israelites were defeated by the Philistines. The Ark of God was captured, and Eli's sons died in the battle. On receiving the news, Eli fell backward, broke his neck, and died. This disaster marked the end of priestly leadership in Shiloh and opened the way for Samuel's broader ministry. After 7 months of suffering among the Philistines who had taken the ark, they decided to return it to Israel. Samuel used this moment to call the people back to God. He said to the whole house of Israel, "If you are returning to the Lord with all your hearts, then rid yourselves of the foreign gods and the Ashtoreths and commit yourselves to the Lord and serve him only." 1 Samuel 7 verse 3. The people obeyed, removed their idols, and gathered at Mizpah to confess their sins publicly. While they were gathered there, the Philistines launched an attack, but God intervened. That day the Lord thundered with loud thunder against the Philistines and threw them into such a panic that they were routed before the Israelites. 1 Samuel 7 verse 10. To remember this victory, Samuel set up a stone and called it Ebenezer, which means stone of help. He said, "Thus far the Lord has helped us." 1 Samuel 7 verse 12. Under Samuel's leadership, lost cities were recovered, and peace was made with the Amorites. Samuel continued to judge Israel for many years. Each year he traveled between Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, but he lived in Ramah. As he grew old, he appointed his sons as judges, but they didn't follow his example. They were corrupt, pursued money, accepted bribes, and perverted justice. 1 Samuel 8 verse 3. This failure opened the door to political change. The elders of Israel approached Samuel and said, "You are old, and your sons do not follow your ways. Now appoint a king to lead us, such as all the other nations have." 1 Samuel 8 verse 5. Samuel was displeased, but God told him to listen to the people, warning them what a king would do. "He will take your sons and make them serve with his chariots and horses. He will take your daughters to be perfumers and cooks and bakers. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards and olive groves. He will take a tenth of your grain and of your vintage, and you yourselves will become his slaves." 1 Samuel 8 verses 11 to 17. Despite this, the people insisted, "We want a king over us. Then we will be like all the other nations." 1 Samuel 8 verses 19 to 20. Their request showed a deep desire to resemble the cultures around them, precisely the problem that caused them so many conflicts in the time of the judges. Although hurt, Samuel agreed to anoint a king, following God's instructions. This marked the end of the era of the judges. The monarchy was a new form of leadership, but the central problems, idolatry and rejection of God's authority, would continue, only in different forms. The time of the judges, with its repeated mistakes and temporary victories, showed that Israel needed something more than temporary leaders. Later, the prophets would look back on these stories to warn about the danger of turning away from God, and to remember that even in the worst failures, God remained faithful. The era of the judges left a lasting message about the tension between Israel's call to be holy and the constant temptation to imitate the world around them. The move toward monarchy wasn't born of God's plan. It came from the people. 1 Samuel 8 verses 5 to 21. "Give us a king to lead us," they demanded, "so that we may be like all the other nations." At its heart, this request revealed a desire to copy the neighboring peoples and a rejection of God's direct rule. Samuel felt deeply grieved, but God told him, "Listen to all that the people are saying to you. It is not you they have rejected, but they have rejected me as their king." 1 Samuel 8 verse 7. Samuel warned them about what a king would bring: mandatory military service, forced labor, heavy taxes, and loss of personal freedom. Still, the people refused to change their minds. God then told Samuel to choose a young man from the tribe of Benjamin named Saul. 1 Samuel 9 verse 2 describes him as handsome. There was not a man among the Israelites more handsome than he. Saul was attractive and taller than any of the others. Samuel privately poured oil on his head and said, "Has not the Lord anointed you ruler over his inheritance?" 1 Samuel 10 verse 1. Then signs confirmed this, and the people publicly accepted him by sacred lot at Mizpah. Saul's leadership started well. When messengers arrived from Jabesh Gilead, warning of an Ammonite threat, the Spirit of God rushed upon Saul, and he rallied all Israel to arms. 1 Samuel 11 verses 6 to 7 recounts how Saul, seized by divine inspiration, cut a yoke of oxen into pieces and sent them throughout all the territory of Israel with a dire warning. "Whoever does not come out after Saul and Samuel, so shall it be done to his oxen." This bold act galvanized the people. They won the battle, and Saul's kingship was firmly established. Some even said, "Who was it that said, 'Shall Saul reign over us? Bring them here that we may put them to death'?" 1 Samuel 11 verse 12. The fervor for their new king was palpable, a testament to his early successes. But soon Saul's weaknesses began to surface. At Gilgal, growing anxious over Samuel's delay, Saul took it upon himself to offer the sacrifice, a task reserved for the priesthood. 1 Samuel 13 verse 9 details this act of impatience and presumption. Samuel rebuked him sharply. "You have done foolishly. God would have established your kingdom forever, but now it will not endure." 1 Samuel 13 verses 13 to 14. Saul's failure became even more glaring after the victory over the Amalekites. God had commanded total destruction, a concept known as Huram, demanding that nothing be spared. But Saul spared King Agag and kept the best livestock, rationalizing his disobedience. The biblical text explicitly states, "But Saul and the army spared Agag and the best of the sheep and cattle, the fat calves and lambs, everything that was good. These they were unwilling to destroy completely, but everything that was despised and weak they totally destroyed." 1 Samuel 15 verse 9. When Samuel questioned him, Saul blamed the people. "I was afraid of them, so I did what they said." 1 Samuel 15 verse 24. His lack of courageous leadership led to God's final decision. "Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has rejected you as king." 1 Samuel 15 verse 23. In secret, Samuel anointed a new leader, David, a young shepherd from Bethlehem. God said in 1 Samuel 16 verse 7, "People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." Meanwhile, Saul was tormented by an evil spirit. David was brought to the royal court to soothe him with music, placing the future king in the service of the rejected one. David's skill with the lyre brought temporary respite to Saul, creating a stark contrast between the king's failing reign and the young shepherd's burgeoning destiny. David rose to fame after defeating Goliath. He declared in 1 Samuel 17 verses 45 to 47, "You come against me with sword and spear and javelin, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty. All those gathered here will know that it is not by sword or spear that the Lord saves. For the battle is the Lord's, and he will give all of you into our hands." Saul became jealous of David's success, especially when the women sang songs praising him for defeating more enemies than Saul. Simultaneously, David and Jonathan, Saul's son, formed a strong bond. After David had finished talking with Saul, Jonathan became one in spirit with David, and he loved him as himself. 1 Samuel 18 verse 1. Their souls were knit together, and Jonathan cared for David as for himself. As Saul's attempts to kill David escalated, David had to flee, beginning years of persecution. The Psalms, many attributed to David during this period, vividly portray his fear, his faith, and his unwavering devotion to God despite Saul's relentless pursuit. During that time, David had two opportunities to harm Saul but chose not to, out of respect for God's anointed. He declared that he could not bring himself to strike the one chosen by God. Eventually, Saul and Jonathan died in battle against the Philistines on Mount Gilboa. The account in 1 Samuel 31 describes a desperate battle, culminating in Saul's tragic suicide rather than face capture. David was devastated and mourned their tragic loss. He especially lamented Jonathan's death in the hills where he fell. Afterward, David was made king, but only over the tribe of Judah in the city of Hebron. For 7 years, he ruled Judah, while Ishbosheth, Saul's son, ruled the northern tribes under the leadership of Abner. The nation was divided in civil war until Abner and Ishbosheth were assassinated. That paved the way for unity. Then the leaders of all the tribes of Israel went to David at Hebron and declared their shared origins with him. After conquering Jerusalem from the Jebusites, David chose it as his new capital. It was well positioned between the north and the south and had not belonged to any tribe previously. David also brought the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem, making it the center of worship. The Ark was placed in a tent David had specially prepared as he planned to build a permanent house for God. He received a greater promise through the prophet Nathan. Nathan told David that after his death, one of his descendants would rule, and that kingdom would never end. This promise became a key part of the hope for a future savior. As king, David won many battles and expanded Israel's territory, defeating enemies such as the Philistines, Moabites, Syrians, Edomites, and Ammonites. He also created a well-organized government with officials such as chroniclers, priests, and military leaders. But David made a grave mistake with Bathsheba, another man's wife. He summoned her, slept with her, and got her pregnant. Trying to hide his actions, David arranged for Bathsheba's husband, Uriah, to be placed on the front lines of battle and then abandoned to die. God sent Nathan to confront David with a story about a rich man who stole a poor man's only lamb. When David reacted angrily, Nathan declared, "You are the man." David acknowledged his guilt and said that he had sinned against God. He was forgiven, but the consequences of his actions left lasting pain. The son born of the sin died, and the rest of David's life was filled with suffering. His family endured much hardship. His son Amnon abused his sister Tamar. Then Amnon was killed by his brother Absalom. Afterward, Absalom rebelled against David and was also killed. Despite all that pain, David held the kingdom together. He ensured that Solomon would be the next king and paved the way for Israel's most prosperous era. Solomon's rise to the throne was filled with tension. As David neared death, Adonijah, his eldest living son, claimed the throne, proclaiming, "I will be king." 1 Kings 1 verse 5. But with the help of the prophet Nathan and Bathsheba, Solomon's mother, Solomon was crowned, fulfilling David's promise. At the beginning of his reign, Solomon received a rare offer from God. "Ask for whatever you want me to give you." 1 Kings 3 verse 5. Solomon humbly asked, "Give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong." 1 Kings 3 verse 9. God was pleased and gave him unparalleled wisdom, along with great wealth and honor. His wisdom became legendary, exemplified by a case in which two women claimed to be the mother of the same baby. Solomon suggested cutting the child in two to see who the real mother was. The true mother relinquished her claim to save her son's life. This revealed who she truly was. When all Israel heard the verdict the king had given, they held the king in awe, because they saw that he had wisdom from God to administer justice. 1 Kings 3 verse 28. Solomon improved the government by dividing the land into 12 districts responsible for supplying the royal household. He also boosted trade and reached an agreement with Hiram of Tyre to obtain materials for building the temple. Solomon's greatest achievement was the temple in Jerusalem. According to 1 Kings 6 verse 1, he began building it in the 4th year of his reign, 480 years after the exodus from Egypt. The work lasted 7 years and resulted in an impressive temple, filled with sacred objects, such as a new altar, a lampstand, and the table of showbread. When the temple was dedicated, God's presence filled the building. The priests could not perform their service because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord filled his temple. 1 Kings 8 verse 11. Solomon offered a powerful prayer, acknowledging that no building could contain God. But will God really dwell on earth? The heavens, even the highest heaven, cannot contain you. How much less this temple I have built? 1 Kings 8 verse 27. Still, he asked that God hear all prayers directed toward that place, both from Israelites and from foreigners. Solomon's reign brought unparalleled wealth to Israel. In 1 Kings 10 verse 27, it is said that silver was as common as stones in Jerusalem. His fame attracted visitors from distant lands, including the Queen of Sheba, who declared, "I did not believe these things until I came and saw with my own eyes. Indeed, not even half was told me. In wisdom and wealth you have far exceeded the report I heard." 1 Kings 10 verse 7. But his riches also caused spiritual problems. Solomon married 700 wives and had 300 concubines, many as part of political alliances. Eventually, his many wives turned him away from the worship of the one true God. His devotion weakened, and he began to build places of worship for other gods, including Chemosh of Moab and Molech of the Ammonites. 1 Kings 11 verse 4. For this betrayal God pronounced judgment. "Since you have not kept my covenant and have disobeyed my decrees, I will most certainly tear the kingdom away from you and give it to one of your subordinates. Nevertheless, for the sake of David your father, I will not do this while you live. I will tear it out of the hand of your son." 1 Kings 11 verses 11 to 12. This marked the beginning of the future division of the kingdom. When Solomon died, his son Rehoboam immediately faced a major challenge. The northern tribes asked him to ease their burdens. "Your father made our yoke heavy. Now therefore, Lighten the harsh service and the heavy yoke he put on us, and we will serve you. 1 Kings 12 verse 4. Instead of listening to the wise older advisors, Rehoboam followed the advice of his young peers and responded harshly. My father scourged you with whips. I will scourge you with scorpions. 1 Kings 12 verse 14. This response sparked open rebellion. The people cried out, "What share do we have in David? What part in Jesse's son? To your tents, Israel. Now look after your own house, David." 1 Kings 12 verse 16. Jeroboam, who had received a promise from a prophet to be king, returned from Egypt and led 10 tribes to form a new kingdom, Israel. Rehoboam was left only with the tribes of Judah and Benjamin, forming the kingdom of Judah. Soon after, the political division brought religious separation. Jeroboam created new centers of worship in Dan in the north and Bethel near the south. He told the people, "It is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. Here are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." 1 Kings 12 verse 28. He placed golden calves in those places. Although they were intended to represent the Lord, they violated the second commandment and competed with worship in Jerusalem. Jeroboam also appointed priests who were not Levites and established his own festival on the 15th day of the 8th month, a date he himself chose. 1 Kings 12 verse 33. These actions began a long tradition of false worship in the northern kingdom. Because of this spiritual decline, God strengthened the role of the prophets. Previously, prophets often gave advice to kings. Now they began to act independently, challenging authority and denouncing the sins of the nation. Elijah was one such powerful voice. During the reign of King Ahab, who married Jezebel and began to worship Baal, 1 Kings 16 verse 31, Elijah appeared and declared, "As the Lord, the God of Israel lives, whom I serve, there will be neither dew nor rain in the next few years, except at my word." 1 Kings 17 verse 1. After 3 years of drought, Elijah organized a dramatic showdown on Mount Carmel between himself and 450 prophets of Baal. He challenged the people, "How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him." 1 Kings 18 verse 21. When Baal did not answer, and God sent fire from heaven that consumed Elijah's offering, the people shouted, "The Lord, he is God! The Lord, he is God!" Following this powerful moment, Elisha succeeded Elijah as prophet and continued to demonstrate God's power through miracles. He healed a contaminated spring in Jericho, made a poor widow's oil never run out, and even resurrected the son of the Shunammite woman. In the southern kingdom, prophets like Isaiah worked alongside the kings, delivering both harsh truths and words of comfort. During a time when the Assyrians were a major threat, Isaiah told King Hezekiah not to fear, declaring, "He will return by the way he came." 2 Kings 19 verses 32 to 33. God fulfilled this when the Assyrian army was unexpectedly destroyed. But the prophets did not only speak of destruction. They also delivered promises of a better future. Through them, God offered hope, saying that he would renew his covenant. "I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts." Jeremiah 31 verse 33. They also spoke of a future righteous king, a descendant of David. "The days are coming," declares the Lord, "when I will raise up for David a righteous branch, a king who will reign wisely and do what is just and right in the land." Jeremiah 23 verse 5. As both kingdoms approached disaster, the voices of the prophets became even more essential. They preserved God's message during the exile and paved the way for Israel's restoration. Meanwhile, the northern kingdom suffered constant leadership changes. Unlike Judah, which maintained the Davidic dynasty, Israel had 9 different dynasties and 19 kings in about 200 years. 2 Kings 15 highlights how unstable everything became, describing 4 kings who quickly succeeded each other. One of them, Shallum, reigned for only a month before being assassinated. Every king of the north receives the same judgment. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. He did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. 2 Kings 13 verse 11. Jeroboam's decision to build alternative places of worship became the foundation of the kingdom's broken spiritual path. Things reached an even lower point under King Ahab. He is described as worse than all previous kings. 1 Kings 16 verse 30. His wife, Jezebel of Sidon, influenced him to make Baal worship official and persecute the Lord's prophets. During this time, Elijah made a powerful declaration. I am the only one of the Lord's prophets left, but Baal has 450 prophets. 1 Kings 18 verse 22. Later, Jehu led a movement to eliminate Baal worship and wiped out Baal from Israel. 2 Kings 10 verse 28. But even he left standing the golden calves in Dan and Bethel. No reform was deep enough to truly change the kingdom's direction. The prophets continued to warn of the nation's downfall. Amos declared, "The days are coming, declares the sovereign Lord, when I will send a famine through the land, not a famine of food or a thirst for water, but a famine of hearing the words of the Lord." Amos 8 verse 11. Hosea painted a vivid portrait of Israel's infidelity, comparing it to a woman chasing lovers she will never attain. Then she will say, I will go back to my husband as at first, for then I was better off than now. Hosea 2 verse 7. The fall of the northern kingdom occurred step by step. In the time of King Pekah, the Assyrians began their attacks. Tiglath-Pileser, the king of Assyria, captured cities like Ijon and regions like Galilee and Naphtali. Then he deported many people and took them to live in Assyria. 2 Kings 15 verse 29. The final blow came during the reign of Hoshea, the last king of Israel. According to 2 Kings 17 verses 3 to 6, Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, rose up against him, invaded the territory, besieged Samaria, and after 3 years conquered it. In the 9th year of Hoshea, Israel's capital was taken, and its people were exiled to Assyria. The Bible is very clear about the cause of this tragedy. It happened because Israel sinned against God, imitated the customs of other nations, and secretly practiced things that offended him. 2 Kings 17 verse 9. After the conquest, the Assyrians moved new settlers into the region. They brought people from Babylon and settled them in the cities of Samaria. 2 Kings 17 verse 24. This created a mixed group of people who practiced a combination of beliefs. They worshipped the Lord, but they also served their own gods. 2 Kings 17 verse 33. Over time, their descendants became known as the Samaritans, a group still present in New Testament times. Judah, which retained the royal line of David, was more stable and lasted about 135 years longer after the fall of Samaria. While every king of the north is condemned in Scripture, some kings of Judah are praised. Asa did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, as his father David had done. 2 Kings 18 verse 3. There were periods of spiritual renewal. King Asa took courageous measures, removing the male shrine prostitutes from the land and destroying all the idols his predecessors had made. 1 Kings 15 verse 12. His son Jehoshaphat continued this work by sending leaders throughout the cities of Judah to teach the people. They carried with them the book of the law of God. 2 Chronicles 17 verses 8 to 9. Hezekiah carried out significant reforms. He removed the high places, destroyed the sacred stones, cut down the Asherah pole, and even broke into pieces the bronze snake Moses had made because the people were burning incense to it. 2 Kings 18 verse 4. Under his rule, Judah survived a terrifying attack from the Assyrians when an angel of the Lord killed 185,000 soldiers in their camp. 2 Kings 19 verse 35. But then came his son Manasseh, who led the kingdom into a profound darkness. He rebuilt the high places, erected altars to Baal, set up an Asherah pole, and worshipped the starry hosts. He even sacrificed his own son in the fire, practiced divination, sought omens, and consulted mediums and spiritists. As 2 Kings 21 verse 16 explains, Manasseh's reign brought terrible violence. He shed so much innocent blood that he had filled Jerusalem from end to end. Although he later turned back to God after being taken prisoner to Babylon, the spiritual damage he caused was deep and lasting. 2 Kings 23 verse 26. Still, the Lord would not relent from the fury of his great anger, which burned against Judah because of all that Manasseh had done to arouse his anger. Manasseh's grandson, Josiah, led one last attempt at renewal. It all began when workers found the book of the law while repairing the temple. Upon hearing it read aloud, Josiah made a solemn promise before God to follow him and obey his laws, teachings, and instructions. 2 Kings 23 verse 3. He cleansed the temple, destroyed pagan places of worship, removed the false priests, and restored the celebration of Passover. But even with those efforts, Judah was heading toward the same fate that befell Israel was looming over Judah. The prophet Jeremiah lamented this, crying out, "You trust in deceptive words that are worthless. You steal and murder, commit adultery and perjury, burn incense to Baal and follow other gods you have not known. And then you come and stand before me in this house, which bears my name, and say, 'We are safe to do all these detestable things.'" Jeremiah 7 verses 8 to 10. The warning was crystal clear. Judgment was rapidly approaching. Jeremiah declared, "This whole country will become a desolate wasteland, and these nations will serve the king of Babylon 70 years. Jeremiah 25 verse 11. Everything shifted when the Neo-Babylonian Empire rose to power under the reign of King Nebuchadnezzar. In 605 BC, after decisively defeating the Egyptians at Carchemish, the Babylonians seized control of the territories previously governed by Assyria. Daniel 1 verse 3 recounts the first wave of deportations. In the 3rd year of King Jehoiakim's reign, Nebuchadnezzar marched upon Jerusalem and laid siege to the city. He ordered Ashpenaz, his chief official, to bring young men from the royal families and nobility of Israel to Babylon. Among those taken captive were Daniel and his 3 companions, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Then, in 597 BC, following Jehoiakim's rebellion, Babylon responded with a much larger deportation. As documented in 2 Kings 24 verses 14 to 16, Jehoiakim surrendered to Nebuchadnezzar, who plundered all the valuables from the temple and the royal palace. He exiled all the leaders and soldiers of Jerusalem, a total of 10,000 people. Among them was the prophet Ezekiel, who would later receive profound visions from God while in Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar installed Zedekiah, Jehoiakim's uncle, as a puppet king. But Zedekiah, disregarding the warnings and counsel of Jeremiah, eventually rebelled against Babylon. 2 Kings 24 verse 20. This act of defiance brought about the final, devastating destruction of Jerusalem. 2 Kings 25 verses 1 to 2 describes the events that unfolded. Nebuchadnezzar and his army returned, encircling the city with a relentless siege. The siege dragged on until the 11th year of Zedekiah's reign. With famine ravaging the population, the city finally succumbed. Zedekiah attempted to escape under the cover of darkness, but he was captured. His punishment was brutal, as recounted in 2 Kings 25 verse 7. His sons were slaughtered before his very eyes. Then he was blinded and taken in chains to Babylon. Jerusalem and its magnificent temple were utterly destroyed. The Babylonians set fire to the temple, the royal palace, and all the significant houses in the city. They tore down the walls of Jerusalem, leaving it exposed and defenseless. 2 Kings 25 verses 9 to 10. A third wave of exiles was forcibly removed, eliminating nearly everyone who remained. Only the poorest of the poor were left behind to tend the vineyards and fields. 2 Kings 25 verse 12. Jeremiah, who had remained in the city, was freed by the Babylonians. However, following the assassination of the local governor Gedaliah, the remaining Jews fled to Egypt, forcibly taking Jeremiah with them, despite his strong objections. Lamentations 1 poignantly expresses the profound grief. "How deserted lies the city, once so full of people. How like a widow is she, who once was great among the nations." Meanwhile, in Babylon, the exiles began to form new communities. Deprived of their temple and political freedom, they sought new ways to preserve their faith and identity. Psalm 137 expresses their deep sorrow. "By the rivers of Babylon we sat and wept when we remembered Zion. How can we sing the songs of the Lord while in a foreign land? This national catastrophe led to a profound spiritual introspection. They questioned why God would allow his holy temple to be desecrated and his people to be defeated and carried away into exile. The prophets provided a clear answer. The exile came because the people had broken their covenant with God. Jeremiah explained, "They have forsaken my teaching and have followed the stubbornness of their hearts. Therefore, I will scatter them among nations that neither they nor their ancestors have known." Jeremiah 9 verses 13 to 16. Ezekiel added that each individual would be held accountable for their own actions. "The one who sins is the one who will die." Ezekiel 18 verse 4. But the exile did not signify that God had abandoned his people. It was a form of discipline, not a rejection. Isaiah offered a message of hope. "For a brief moment I abandoned you, but with deep compassion I will bring you back." Isaiah 54 verse 7. Jeremiah even gave a timeline. "This is what the Lord says, when 70 years are completed for Babylon, I will come to you and fulfill my gracious promise to bring you back to this place." Jeremiah 29 verse 10. During this time, new spiritual practices emerged to preserve their identity in the absence of the temple. Practices such as circumcision, observing the Sabbath, and adhering to dietary laws became key markers of their faith. The synagogue also emerged as a place for reading the scriptures and praying together. Ezra would later embody this new focus, being known as a teacher well-versed in the law of Moses. Ezra 7 verse 6. The exile also transformed the way people understood suffering and loss. A new concept arose, that suffering could have a purpose beyond mere punishment. Isaiah spoke of a suffering servant whose pain would bring healing. "He was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed." Isaiah 53 verse 5. The prophets also shared visions of a future far better than the past. Ezekiel saw a new temple from which a river flowed, bringing life and renewal to everything it touched. Ezekiel described a vision of a temple with living waters flowing from it. Ezekiel 47. Jeremiah spoke of a new covenant, one not written on stone, but inscribed on the hearts of the people. Jeremiah 31 verses 31 to 34. These promises gave hope and strength to the community during the long years under foreign rule. One of the most significant outcomes of the exile was the definitive rejection of idolatry. Before the captivity, Israel constantly fell into the worship of other gods. But after their return from Babylon, although they still faced other spiritual challenges, they never again succumbed to idolatry in the same way. The trauma of the exile seemed to extinguish that desire forever. The impact of the exile profoundly shaped the Jewish faith that followed. The people returned to their land under the leadership of Zerubbabel, Ezra, and Nehemiah. They rebuilt the temple and restored the walls of Jerusalem. However, complete independence never returned until modern times. Instead, they lived under a succession of empires, first the Persian, then the Greek, and finally the Roman. Still, throughout all those centuries, they kept their faith alive. The memory of the exile served as a constant reminder of the price of breaking the covenant with God. In the time between the Old and New Testaments, groups like the Pharisees and the Essenes emerged, each striving to understand the lessons of the exile and apply them to their time. Meanwhile, the hope for a Messiah grew stronger. Many looked to Daniel's visions of kingdoms rising and falling and longed for the Son of Man who would bring an everlasting kingdom. So when John the Baptist came preaching, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is near," his words resonated with ancient hopes born during the exile. What seemed like the end was actually a turning point in God's grand plan. The story of Israel did not end in ruins. It was shaped by judgment and kept alive by the faithful mercy of God, ready for the next chapter of redemption. This brings us to the close of this powerful journey through the Old Testament, from the dawn of creation to the exile in Babylon. As we have seen, it is not just a collection of ancient tales. It is a living story of the relationship between God and people, filled with triumphs and failures, promises and corrections, sorrow and restoration. Through it all, one truth shines brightly. Even when humanity stumbles, God's mercy never gives up. Whether in the garden, on the ark, at Mount Sinai, in the Promised Land, in Jerusalem, or by the rivers of Babylon, we see the same loving God working to restore what has been broken. If this message has inspired you or helped you better understand the Bible, we invite you to help us share it. Subscribe to our channel so you don't miss more content designed to strengthen your faith and delve deeper into the scriptures. Share this video with your friends, your family, and on your social networks, because everyone should have the opportunity to connect with the Word of God. Just as generations of Israelites preserved these stories amid exile and adversity, we too are called to carry this legacy forward. By subscribing and sharing, you become part of a living chain of faith that traverses the centuries. Until next time, may the wisdom of the Scriptures guide your steps and strengthen your walk with God.